Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Marked Trails, Shifting Paths, Lost in Changing Woods. I never thought the woods could change on me. Not really. I mean, it's the same path I've hiked since I was a kid. The one with the red blazes on the trees, every few feet, like mile markers in some secret language only I knew. The trail was supposed to be predictable, familiar, safe. But that morning, something was off. It started with a smell. Earthy, but not the usual damp pine and moss. More like burnt plastic, faint but stubborn, hanging low in the chilly autumn air. I stopped, pulling my jacket tighter, scanning the trees. No smoke, no fire. Nothing visible. Just that odd, chemical scent drifting between the oaks and maples. I shrugged it off. Could be a car idling somewhere far off, or maybe someone tossing out trash deeper in the woods. I took a breath, tasting the crisp air mixed with the faint bitterness of that smell. My skin prickled. Autumn was supposed to smell like leaves and wood smoke, not like a failing appliance. Still, I kept walking. The trail was quiet except for the usual crunch of dry leaves underfoot, distant caw of a crow, a squirrel darting up a trunk. The sun was low, casting long, sharp shadows that made the woods feel a little thinner, less forgiving. I liked that time of day. It made the place feel alive, like you were walking through a giant breathing creature. I passed the first marker, a bright red rectangle painted on a sturdy birch, exactly where it should be. Then the next. And the next. Only, the places were different somehow. Not the color or size, but the way they were shaped. I stopped and crouched down, squinting. The edges on one looked jagged, as if someone had scraped the bark around it with an item. Another was faded, smeared almost, like someone had tried to erase it. I told myself it was nothing. Trees get scratched by animals or branches. Paint fades. Still, I felt a tickle of unease. I glanced back the way I'd come. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue, and the forest was deepening into a kind of green gloom. I had my phone out, checking the trail map app. Signal was strong, no surprises there. I'd used the app before, mostly for extra reassurance. But then the signal dropped to 0. I shook the phone. Nothing. Not a bar. I tried again. No luck. I laughed quietly. Great, I muttered, like now's the time for a tech failure. There was no one around. The woods felt bigger, emptier. I told myself to calm down. Maybe the signal only dipped in this small patch of trees. Glancing ahead, I noticed the trail splitting in two. The places should have made it obvious which way to go, but now I wasn't sure. One set of places seemed a little higher on the trees, the other a bit lower. Both red, but subtly different. I hesitated. I had a habit of overthinking even the smallest decisions. Standing there, I wondered if I'd taken a wrong turn earlier, or if the trail had been rerouted without notice. But I knew this forest well. I could navigate it blindfolded. I chose the left fork. The air grew cooler, the scent of burnt plastic stronger. I pushed aside a low-hanging branch, its leaves dry and brittle. My fingers tingled when they brushed the bark, rough and uneven. I kept walking, senses alert. Soon, the trees thickened. The canopy closed like a shutter, blotting out the sun. The trail narrowed, twisting between gnarled roots and fallen logs. The places were there, but inconsistent, some bright, others barely visible, and a couple looking deliberately altered. One had an extra stroke of paint, making it look like an item pointing the wrong way. I stopped, heart tapping against my ribs. I told myself to breathe slower. I did. The woods were silent beyond the occasional snap of a twig. No birds, no insects. Just the wind whispering through the branches. I pulled out my phone again. Still no signal. I tapped the screen, swiped, checked the map. It was blank. My own map was useless. I stuffed the phone back in my pocket. It wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to lose signal. I'd been here countless times. Something was wrong. I glanced around. The trees looked too similar. The path seemed to loop back on itself. I caught sight of a tree with a red blaze, but the paint was chipped, and part of it was covered in moss. I moved closer and spotted something startling, a faint carving in the bark, letters scratched unevenly. Go back. I blinked. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe a prank. But it sent a cold wave through me. I swallowed hard, then turned to retrace my steps. Only the path didn't lead back. It curved, twisted, and after a few minutes, I was back at that same tree with the carved warning. I tried the other fork at the split. Same result. The trail folded in on itself, like a loop I couldn't escape. My chest tightened. The woods weren't behaving like they should. A sudden noise broke the silence, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Like someone knocking on wood. I froze. The sound came from deeper in the thicket, just beyond the last curve. I listened. Tap. 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 My breath caught. I told myself it was probably a woodpecker or a branch falling. I'd seen woodpeckers here before. But this knocking was steady, deliberate, too regular to be random. I glanced toward the sound. Between the trees, half hidden by underbrush, I spotted a small cabin. It was old, weathered gray, blending into the forest like a ghost. The windows were dark, the door shut tight. I hadn't noticed it before. Not on any map. Not on any trail guide. The knocking stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed. The cabin looked abandoned, but the feeling it gave me was anything but empty. I felt watched. That unmistakable prickling on my neck again. My hands trembled slightly, though I told myself to stay calm. I took a cautious step toward the cabin. The air smelled sharper here, colder somehow. A faint metallic taste lingered on my tongue. The woods behind me seemed to press in, thickening like a wall. I wanted to turn and run, but curiosity, stubborn as ever, held me rooted to the spot. Then, from the cabin's porch, a shadow moved. Just a flicker. A figure stepping back into the darkness. I blinked, heart stammering. "Hello?" I called out, voice uneven, barely above a whisper. No answer. I still can't explain it. Just the trees and the quiet. The smell of burnt plastic still hung in the air, subtle and persistent. And the feeling that I was no longer alone. The night clung to me like cold wet cloth, every breath sharp in my chest. I pulled out my phone. No signal. The little bars that usually blinked in the corner of the screen were stubbornly absent. I tapped the screen again, hoping for a miracle. Nothing. Great. Just great. The cabin's windows were dark and glassy, reflecting the trees like black mirrors. I circled the building slowly, fingers brushing against the rough plaster, which felt gritty and oddly warm under my touch. No footprints in the damp dirt around the porch, no signs of recent visitors except those altered trailblazes. I kept coming back to them. The way the red markers on trees didn't match the ones I'd memorized. Some were faded, others freshly painted, but off-kilter. I could swear one was turned the wrong way, like a silent instruction to veer deeper into the woods. I sat on a fallen log a few yards from the cabin, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The air had turned colder, the kind that seeps into your bones. I listened. The usual forest sounds, the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl were there, but beneath them, something else, a faint, rhythmic tapping, distant but deliberate. Knocking? I shook my head. No, I was imagining it. Then the tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I pulled out the trail map I'd stuffed in my pocket before heading out. Under the dim light of my phone's flashlight, I spread it over my knees. The cabin wasn't on any map. Not even the most recent digital versions. I traced the familiar trails, then looked at the blazes I'd seen today. The discrepancies made no sense. Some trails ended abruptly, others curved in tight loops that should have been straight. The forest was playing tricks, or someone was. I thought about calling out again, but the silence felt too thick now. No response came. The only sound was my own breathing, ragged and too loud in the stillness. That's when I noticed the footprints. Barely visible in the soft mud near the cabin's site, small, neat, and too fresh. They led away from the cabin into the dense undergrowth. Curiosity battled caution. I had to know. I stood and started to follow them carefully, stepping lightly, scanning every shadow and branch. The path twisted and thinned. The trees grew closer, their limbs tangled like fingers trying to block me out. The smell changed earthy and damp, with undertones of something metallic. I swallowed hard. It wasn't just the forest anymore. It felt controlled. Like a maze designed to confuse, trap. Every now and then, I'd catch a glimpse of a blaze red paint, unmistakable, but the item pointed in impossible directions, sometimes doubling back on themselves. It was disorienting. I stopped several times, turning in circles, trying to get my bearings. No matter which way I went, the path curved back toward the cabin. The nervous tick in my jaw twitched. I tried not to panic. This had to be some kind of prank. Someone messing with the trail markers to lure hikers off the beaten path. I thought about the figure I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, on the porch. Had they followed me here? Were they watching now? I pulled out my phone again. No signal. No messages. No help. Just silence. Minutes passed like hours. The forest darkened further, shadows lengthening until they swallowed the path completely. My flashlight flickered once, twice. The batteries were draining faster than I expected. Then I heard it again. That tapping. Softer this time, but closer. It wasn't coming from the trees. It was from the cabin. My heart slammed against my ribs. I debated running, but the path behind me had vanished into blackness. The only way out seemed to be forward, which meant back to that cabin. The one that wasn't supposed to be there. I forced my legs to move, stumbling over roots and stones, branches clawing at my jacket. The air smelled sharp, like burnt rubber mingled with wet leaves. The metallic taste returned, bitter on my tongue. As I neared the cabin, I saw the door was slightly ajar. Not open enough to walk through, but enough for a shadow to slip out or in. I stopped. My hands trembled. The knocking sounded again, slow and steady, like a heartbeat. Then a voice, low and clear, broke the silence. You shouldn't be here. I froze. The voice was calm, almost friendly, but there was an edge to it that set my teeth on edge. Who's there? I called, voice shaking. I'm just hiking. No answer. Just a tapping, steady and insistent. I glanced back into the woods. The moon peeked through the branches, casting silver light on the path behind me. Only now, the trail was gone. Just thick undergrowth and shadows. The door creaked open a little more. Come inside, the voice said. It's safer. I didn't move. Something shifted in the darkness beyond the threshold, too quick for me to see, but enough to remind me I wasn't alone. I swallowed hard, heart still pounding. The cabin wasn't abandoned. It never had been. And whoever was inside, they'd been waiting for me. The wind picked up, carrying a faint rustle of paper, or maybe fabric, fluttering inside the cabin. The tapping stopped. Silence again. I took a step back. Then another. The last thing I saw before turning away was a pair of eyes, gleaming in the dim light, watching me from the shadows. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I ran. But the forest had changed. The trail markers led nowhere but back to that cabin. Every path looped like a snake biting its own tail. I was trapped. And I knew what I'd found was only the beginning. The wind had died down. I didn't move for a long moment, just listening. The rustle I thought I heard inside before paper, fabric, was replaced by nothing but silence. No footsteps, no scraping furniture, no breath. Just the heavy, cold stillness of a place that shouldn't have been empty. I swallowed, the taste of dry earth and pine needles thick on my tongue. My hands twitched at my sides, fingers brushing against the rough bark of a nearby tree. The bark was coarse, splintery, and the smell of sap was sticky in the air. I wanted to turn and run, to shred the whole night from memory, but something stuck me to the spot. Not fear exactly, not yet. More like a terrible curiosity. That cabin wasn't just a place someone had lived. It was a trap. And I was caught inside it. I glanced down at my phone. The screen was black, no bars, no signal. Nothing. The little icon that usually blinked whenever I moved or lost connection was dead. My throat tightened. The realization settled like a stone. I was completely cut off. The trail markers. The blazes. They had been altered, subtly, over time. I convinced myself it was just a mistake, or maybe someone's idea of a prank. But that loop. That endless, maddening loop bringing me right back here. It wasn't accidental. Someone had planned this. Someone had wanted me here. I shifted my weight, the dry leaves crunching beneath my boots, and took a breath. The air was cooler now, sharper. I could smell something else, though something faint, like old wood and damp fabric, but also something metallic and faintly sour. Sweat. Blood? I couldn't tell. The thought made my stomach lurch, but I shoved it aside. I wasn't ready to give in to nightmare scenarios. I had to keep moving. Staying put wasn't safe. But where? Every path I tried led me back to this cabin, the same broken porch, the same grimy windows, the same creaking door. It was like the forest had folded in on itself, swallowing every escape route. I turned away from the cabin, stepping into the shadows beneath the thick canopy. The underbrush snagged at my pants and scraped my skin through the fabric. The branches whispered above, their voices like dry paper brushing together. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me watching, waiting just beyond my sight. My mind raced back to the places I'd seen earlier. At first glance, they were the familiar orange rectangles, but close up, some had been subtly altered. A slash here, a notch there, barely noticeable unless you knew what to look for. Someone had changed them to confuse me, to steer me deeper. And why? I stopped beside a gnarled oak, tracing a finger over a scarred blaze. It wasn't natural, not an accident of weather or age. It was deliberate. I clenched my fists. Whoever had done this had been out here for a long time, watching me, waiting. And then it hit me, the cabin wasn't just a trap. It was a home base. The person inside wasn't just a watcher. They were the architect of this maze. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear creeping back in. That voice from the cabin, soft but firm, had sounded almost friendly, almost inviting. But now I knew better. It was a lure. A way to draw me in, to disarm me. I checked my phone again. Still nothing. No signal. No hope of calling anyone. The forest was a prison. I moved forward, trying a new path. The brush grew denser, the trees tighter. The sky above disappeared, replaced by a ceiling of leaves and branches. The air grew heavier, humid with the smell of moss and decay. After a few minutes, I stopped. The path curved sharply and then narrowed into a barely there trail, overgrown and tangled. It looked like no one had been this way for years. I hesitated. My fingers brushed a low-hanging branch, rough and wet with moss. The dampness seeped into my skin. I felt a shiver, not from cold, but from that creeping sense of being watched again. A sudden snap behind me made me whirl around. Nothing. Just a deer darting through the undergrowth, startled by my presence. My heart hammered against my ribs. I pressed on, the ground beneath me slick with wet leaves. The trail twisted and wound, and no matter how far I walked, the forest seemed to fold back on itself. Then, through the trees, I saw it again. The cabin. Same porch. Same door, slightly ajar. Same shadows pooling inside. I staggered back, breath catching. This couldn't be real. I just left it. I turned away, tried to escape. But here it was, mocking me. I glanced at my phone. Still dead. No signal, no light. My throat dried out. I was trapped. I tried calling out, voice cracking. Hello? Is anyone there? But the forest swallowed my words. No reply. Just the faint rustle of leaves and the distant call of a night bird. But then something different caught my attention, a faint glow from inside the cabin. Not the moon or a flashlight. Something softer, warmer. A light bulb? A candle? I edged closer, heart pounding so hard it echoed in my ears. The door creaked as I peered inside. The room was sparse. A table cluttered with papers, a few empty mugs stained with dried coffee rings. On the far wall, pinned maps and photographs covered in red string, like a detective's crime board. Then, in the corner, a figure sat quietly. Not moving much. Just watching. I swallowed again, hands trembling. The figure looked up slowly, eyes catching the faint light. Not glaring, not hostile. Just waiting. Why are you here? I heard myself ask, voice barely a whisper. No answer. But the silence that followed was worse. The point of no return wasn't just that I was trapped in these woods without signal or escape. It was that I was now part of something I didn't understand, something deliberate and patient. The game was no longer about finding my way out. It was about what the Watcher wanted from me. And with every loop, every false blaze, every shadow in the dark, I could feel that line closing. I stepped back from the doorway. The figure didn't move. The light flickered once, then steadied. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, and I realized the forest wasn't just enclosing me. It was deciding what came next. I had crossed the invisible line. There was no going back. Only forward. And whatever waited inside the cabin was waiting for me to make the next move. The figure didn't move. "Why are you here?" I whispered again. The words felt absurd, swallowed by the thick, damp air. No answer. Nothing but that oppressive silence, like the forest itself was holding its breath. I took a step back. The wind picked up, rustling dry leaves and snapping brittle twigs somewhere behind me. It was colder than I'd expected, the kind of chill that creeps under your skin and lodges in your bones. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake it off, but the unease wasn't from temperature. It was deeper. Something in the way the figure watched, unblinking. Not angry, not pleading, just waiting. Calculating. This isn't a game, I told myself, though my voice cracked. It's not. But what was it? I didn't know. I barely knew who this person was, or if they were even a person. Had they been here all along? Watching me wander, trying to follow places that didn't lead anywhere? It suddenly made sense that every path looped back to this cabin. This wasn't accidental. It was a trap. I glanced down at my phone again. No signal. Not even the faintest flicker. Dead. The screen was useless, a black mirror reflecting my own anxious face. I swallowed hard. I have to move. The figure shifted slightly, taking a step toward me. The light caught their face, no mask, no disguise. Just a man. Mid-30s maybe. He looked tired, like sleep was foreign to him. His eyes held something sharper, though something I didn't want to meet for long. "Who are you?" I asked, voice steadier now despite the pounding in my chest. Still no answer. Instead, he reached out and touched the side of the cabin. His fingers traced a series of scratches carved into the weathered wood. I squinted, trying to make sense of the markings. They weren't random, some kind of code or message. Then he looked back at me, and I realized he was waiting for me to do something. To understand. "Are you the one who changed the trail markers?" I said carefully, taking another step forward. He nodded once, slow and deliberate. "Yes." I wanted to ask why, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I searched his face for any hint of mercy or reason. Nothing. Just that same unreadable expression. "Why?" I managed finally. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and walked inside the cabin, disappearing into the shadows. The door creaked shut behind him, and the flickering light went out. Darkness swallowed the threshold. I stood frozen, the silence pressing down harder than before. My mind raced, trying to piece together what this meant. Was he dangerous? Harmless? Had he been stalking me, or was this some twisted test? The smell of damp wood and decay filled the air. I noticed something else, a faint metallic scent underneath it, like rust or old blood. My stomach twisted. I glanced around. The forest was quiet now, the wind gone. Even the usual night sounds, frogs, distant owls, had stopped. It was as if the woods themselves were waiting, watching. And I was alone. I edged closer to the cabin, the rough bark scraping my fingertips as I reached for the door. It was unlocked. The hinges groaned as I pushed it open, revealing a cramped interior lit only by moonlight filtering through grimy windows. Old furniture, peeling wallpaper, and a heavy layer of dust. Nothing overtly threatening, but the air was thick with neglect and something else I couldn't name. A lingering tension. Then I saw it. A wall covered in photographs, pinned and taped haphazardly in a chaotic collage. Faces, some smiling, some serious, all unfamiliar except one, me. Pictures taken from different angles, caught in moments I didn't remember being watched. At the trailhead, by the stream, near the twisted tree where I tried to mark my own path. I swallowed hard. The hairs on my arms stood up. This wasn't random or accidental. This was obsession. A low creak behind me made me spin. The man was back, standing in the doorway, his eyes fixed on mine. "You came," he said quietly. "I was hoping you would." "Why? What do you want from me?" My voice was barely steady. He stepped inside, closing the door slowly behind him. "Not what I want. What you need." I blinked. "I don't understand." He smiled then, but it wasn't warm. It was a thin, tight smile, like someone forcing calm through exhaustion. "You don't know how deep this goes. Not just the trails or the cabin. It's about control. About making sure no one gets lost without me knowing." I took a step back, the cold pressing harder, like the walls were closing in. "You've been watching me this whole time?" He nodded. "For weeks. Months." The weight of that realization hit me like a punch. Every instinct screamed to run away, anywhere, as fast as possible. But my legs felt rooted to the floor. "Why?" I whispered. "Why would you do this?" He looked away, the smile fading. "Loneliness. Fear. The woods, they're my world. But they're dying without people. I wanted to protect it. Protect them. By stalking me? By trapping me here?" My voice was rising despite myself. He shook his head slowly. "You don't get it. The trails were a way to keep order, to keep people safe. But they lost their meaning. Places were changed on purpose to guide only those who belong. You were close. Too close." My mind reeled. "You think I don't belong?" He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Not yet. But you might." That was when I noticed a pile of journals on a battered table. I edged toward them, the man watching silently. I flipped one open. Pages filled with scrawled notes, maps, detailed observations about hikers, weather, the forest's changing patterns. It was meticulous. Obsessive. I felt a strange mix of pity and fear. This wasn't just a man who'd lost his way. This was someone who'd rewritten the rules of a place I thought I knew. "Let me go," I said softly, clutching the journal. He sighed, almost regretful. "I can't. Not yet. Not until you understand." A sudden noise outside made us both freeze, a low growl, or maybe a distant howl. Something primal. The forest seemed to close in, shadows stretching like fingers against the walls. "I don't want to be part of your world," I said firmly. He studied me, then nodded. "We'll see." The cabin door creaked again. My heart slammed. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, approached from the outside. The man's eyes darkened. "You shouldn't have come back here." I backed away, gripping the journal as if it could shield me. The footsteps stopped just outside the window, and for a moment I thought I might lose my mind. The tension was unbearable. Then the figure outside spoke, low, calm, almost gentle. "Let's finish this." The man inside the cabin glanced at me, something unreadable flickering across his face. I swallowed hard, the cold sweat plastering my shirt to my skin. There was no easy way out. No simple choice. Only the tangled, suffocating truth of the forest and the watcher who'd made it his kingdom. And now, I was trapped between them. Silence. Complete silence. Then the door rattled. I didn't know if I was ready for what came next. But I had to face it. Because whatever this was, it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The voice outside the window was calm, almost soothing, but it smelled like trouble. I stared at the glass, the thin curtain trembling in a stale draft that smelled of damp earth and old smoke. The man inside the cabin, the one who'd been watching me, didn't flinch. His eyes, dark and unreadable, fixed on the door as if weighing an invisible scale. "Let's finish this," the voice repeated, steady and low. I swallowed, my throat suddenly dry. The journal pressed against my ribs like a talisman, though I wasn't sure what I hoped it would protect me from. The man's hands twitched at his sides, restless but not reaching for me. There was a strange patience in his posture, like he was waiting for me to understand something I hadn't yet. The forest outside was silent now, as if holding its breath. My fingers trembled. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream. Instead, I exhaled and took a step back, then another until my back hit the wall. The journal slipped from my grip and fluttered softly on the rough wooden floor. "I don't know what you want from me," I said, voice uneven. "But I'm not part of this. Not your world." The man's eyes softened, and for a moment I saw something else, regret, maybe, or exhaustion. "You think you're the first to come here, lost in these woods? You think the trails are just trails?" He shook his head slowly. "This place isn't just a map. It's a story, and every mark, every blaze, is a sentence. I'm just the editor." I blinked. "Editor?" He nodded toward the window, where the shadows of trees stretched long and thin under the moonlight. "I've been watching. Changing the paths so no one gets too close. Protecting what the woods hide. Protecting." The word echoed in my mind like a warning or a threat. I didn't know which. The voice outside shifted then, a quiet murmur, too soft for me to understand. The man's gaze flicked to the door again, tense. "They're waiting. Watching too." His breath hitched just slightly, and I realized he wasn't the only one trapped here. I crouched for the journal, flipping it open. The pages were filled with scribbled maps, notes, and strange symbols. Every line seemed chaotic but deliberate. The handwriting changed, sometimes neat, sometimes messy, like the man's own mood. I traced a finger over the blazes I'd seen on the trees, each one subtly altered from the trail markers I'd known. "Why?" I asked. "Why lead me here?" He looked away, voice barely above a whisper. "Because you needed to see. Because you needed to hear the story. The woods are alive with people, not just animals, not just ghosts of trees. People who never left. People who don't want to be found." I swallowed hard, a cold sweat breaking across my skin. The journal felt heavier in my hands now, weighted with secrets and warnings. "And what happens to me now?" He stepped closer, the floor creaking under his boots. "You leave. But you do it knowing that every time you walk these woods, you're sharing space with something older, something stubborn." The door rattled suddenly. A gust of wind or something else shoved through the cracks, chilling the room. The voice outside called again, more insistent this time. "We don't want to hurt you. We just want you to stop." There was an edge to that, like a breath held too long. I looked at the man, searching for a way out, a sign that this nightmare was about to end. Instead, he smiled, a brief, tired thing. "You've got one chance, and it's right now. Take it." I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the journal, shoved the door open, and stepped into the night. The forest swallowed me immediately, cold and thick with the scent of moss and decay. Above, the moon was a thin crescent, barely lighting the twisted paths. I could hear footsteps behind me, soft, careful, but unmistakable. I ran. Branches scraped my arms, leaves clung to my legs, and my breath came in ragged gasps. Every direction felt the same, dark, endless, looping. The places were no help. They were all wrong, leading me in circles. But then, faint and flickering through the trees, a light appeared. The cabin. Again. I stopped, heart thudding so loud it drowned out the night's sounds. The door creaked open. The man stepped out, holding a lantern that cast long, wavering shadows. Back so soon? His voice was gentle, almost amused. I wanted to scream, to push past him, to disappear into the forest. But my legs wouldn't move. The journal felt like a chain around my neck. Why keep me here? I demanded. What do you want from me? He shrugged, eyes reflecting the lantern's flame. You're curious. You don't belong here, but you won't leave. That's the problem. I looked past him, into the dark woods. Somewhere, a dog barked, sharp and sudden. The sounds of the forest were waking, alive again with life and threat. I realized how cold I was, how hollow. Can I go? My voice cracked. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. You can, but you'll carry this place with you. The trails, the eyes, the stories. You can't unsee what you've seen. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. The next morning, I walked out of the woods alone, the journal folded carefully in my pack. The sun felt strange on my skin, almost unreal after the night's shadows. My phone buzzed in my pocket, signal was back, but I didn't check it. Not yet. The forest behind me was silent and still, as if it had never been anything but a patch of trees and dirt. But I knew better. I knew there was a story there, something older than the places, the paths, the cabin. Something human. Something broken. And I would carry it with me forever. Walking back to my car, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. My eyes looked different, whiter, maybe, or just more tired. The edges of my mouth twitched as I tried to smile, but it felt hollow. I was changed. Not because of what I'd seen, but because of what I'd understood. Some places don't want to be found. Some stories don't want to be told. And some people will do everything to keep the truth buried beneath the trees. I wasn't sure if I'd ever be able to forget that. Or if I even wanted to. Story 2, Stillwater and Mystery, Room 14's Unseen Occupant. I pulled off the highway just as the sun was beginning to light up behind the hills, the sky bruised with streaks of orange and purple. The road narrowed as I approached the place, the trees hemming it in on either side, their branches scratching at the sky like fingers. The motel itself was a squat building, 2 stories, peeling white paint, and a neon sign buzzing faintly with half-lit letters. Stillwater Inn. The eye flickered on and off. It looked like it hadn't seen much care in years, but that was exactly why I chose it. Quiet, out of the way. Perfect for the kind of week I planned, a break from the noise, the city, the endless buzz of emails and phone calls. I slowed, eyes tracing the cracked asphalt of the parking lot. Only one other car was parked there, a rust-red SUV with a layer of dust thick enough to dull the windows. I caught a glimpse of the driver's side mirror reflecting a shadow, but when I blinked, it was gone. Just my imagination, I told myself. Probably a bird or a squirrel. Inside the lobby, the air was stale, a faint scent of old carpet mixed with something sour, like burnt coffee left on a burner too long. The fluorescent light overhead flickered, buzzing in a tired rhythm. Behind the counter, a man sat slumped in a swivel chair, head tilted against the wall, eyes closed. For a moment, I wondered if he was asleep or just avoiding me. When I cleared my throat, he blinked sharply, then forced a smile. "Evening," he said, voice rough as sandpaper. "You got a reservation?" I nodded, fishing my phone out of my jacket pocket. "Yeah, under Harper. I booked online earlier today." He rubbed his chin, the skin rough and patchy. "Right. Room 14, second floor. Keys on the hook." He pointed to a row of yellow plastic tags hanging under the counter. The key labeled 14 dangled at the far end. I reached for it, fingers brushing against the cool metal. "Thanks." The lobby had a wall-mounted floor plan, a faded map that showed 14 rooms arranged in 2 rows. 7 on each side of a central hallway. Simple enough. I'd never liked big hotels, and this was just the right size, not too small to feel claustrophobic, and not big enough to get completely lost. The stairs creaked underfoot as I climbed to the second floor. The hall smelled like old wood and something faintly musty, like damp towels left too long in a gym bag. I followed the numbers methodically, 10, 11, 12. Then I stopped. Room 14. The door was ajar. I frowned, the key jingling in my hand. The door frame was scuffed, the paint chipped away in places. From the gap, I caught a glimpse of a dimly lit room, but it wasn't empty. At least, not in the way I'd expected. A chair was pushed back near the window, curtains drawn halfway, casting long shadows on the carpet. On the nightstand, a small lamp glowed weakly, and something on the bed caught my eye, a pair of worn sneakers, dusty and broken in, just like the ones I'd been wearing all day. I hesitated. Who else was here? I called out softly. "Hello?" No answer. Just silence. My hands trembled slightly as I pushed the door open wider, stepping inside. The air was cooler here, stale but with a faint metallic tang that made my nose wrinkle. I scanned the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay quickly, no sign of anyone. No luggage, no personal items beyond the shoes. Then I noticed the TV was on, muted, the screen flickering with static. It looked like someone had been watching. Maybe a previous guest had left it on. I reached out to turn it off, but something made me stop. On the wall opposite the window, taped just above the dresser, was a crudely drawn sketch. It looked like a map, but not one from the motel. There were lines and items, circles around certain spots. The paper was yellowed, edges curled and stained. I picked it up carefully. The handwriting was messy, the words barely legible. "Don't trust the floor. They don't see you here. Watch. Listen." A shiver ran down my spine. I pressed the paper against my palm, feeling the rough texture of the inked lines. I knew how that sounded, like a prank, or maybe someone's private joke. But it unsettled me far more than I expected. I closed the door behind me and tried the lock. It caught, but there was a faint rattling sound from within the wall, like something shifting. I knelt down, listening closely. Nothing but the hum of the heater and the occasional creak of the building settling. I stepped back, heart picking up speed. This was supposed to be a quiet place. A place to catch my breath, not to question every shadow. I decided to leave and check with the clerk. Maybe I got the wrong room number. Maybe room 14 was off limits or under maintenance. Back downstairs, the lobby felt colder. The man behind the desk was gone. I looked around, but the chairs were empty, and the only sound was the low buzz of the flickering sign outside. I stepped outside for fresh air. The night had thickened, the moon was a pale smear behind clouds. There was a faint rustle in the underbrush, maybe a fox or a raccoon. I pulled my jacket tighter, the fabric rough against my skin. As I turned to go back inside, I noticed the SUV again. This time, the driver's side window was rolled down halfway. The interior was dark, but on the dashboard, a small object caught the moonlight. A pair of glasses, resting on a folded piece of paper. Curiosity nudged me forward. I reached the door and peeked inside. The glasses were old-fashioned, round frames with thin wire arms. The paper beneath them was folded neatly, edges worn. I hesitated, then unfolded it. The words were typed, but the paper was damp and crumpled. "You're not alone. They watch through doors that shouldn't exist. Trust no one here." I dropped the note, heart hammering. The sound of a door closing somewhere behind me made me spin around. But the parking lot was empty, save for the buzzing sign and the lonely SUV. I told myself it was coincidence. A prank. Maybe someone wanted to scare passers-by. But as I walked back toward the motel, I glanced up at the second-floor windows. One of them had a curtain twitch. Silence. Complete silence. And then, a soft click from the hallway door just behind me. The sound of the hallway door clicking shut behind me didn't just echo, it seemed to clamp down on the whole night, pressing in from all sides. But I knew better. I did. I folded the crumpled note as carefully as I could without tearing it further. The words blurred for a moment, the dampness making the letters run like watercolors. They watch through doors that shouldn't exist. That line stuck in my mind like a splinter beneath my skin. Who was they? And what did they want from me? I glanced again at the second-floor windows. The curtain twitched once more, barely noticeable, but enough to set the hairs on my neck upright. The motel's yellow sign buzzed intermittently, casting long, jittery shadows across the cracked asphalt. The wind picked up, carrying the faint smell of damp earth and something else, something stale, like old sweat in forgotten rooms. I looked around the parking lot. The SUV was the only vehicle left. No other guests. No sign of life beyond the faint hum of the neon. I forced myself to walk back toward the motel, each step seeming louder than the last. The front door was uncharacteristically unlocked. I pushed it open, and the stale, dusty air inside rolled over me. The lobby was deserted and dimly lit by a single flickering bulb above the reception desk. Behind the counter, the woman from earlier was gone. I called out, but only my voice answered, bouncing off the peeling wallpaper and cracked tiles. I sat on the threadbare couch, ran my hands through my hair, and tried to piece together what I just stumbled into. That note. The glasses. The impossible doors. The watching. It was like a bad joke, or a puzzle missing half its pieces. Something was very wrong here. I needed to know more. The next morning, sunlight bleeding weakly through the dusty curtains, I woke with a stiff neck and a dry mouth. The motel room was eerily quiet. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic, like old pennies left in a drawer too long. I debated leaving right then and there. But curiosity had tangled itself around my thoughts too tightly. I couldn't just walk away, not without understanding what I was dealing with. I grabbed my phone to check the motel's website and the floor plan. The map was simple, just a single row of rooms on each floor, all numbered sequentially. But none of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decays I'd been assigned, matched the official layout. I'd been shuffled from room 7 to 12, then to 9 again, and now, last night's room didn't exist on any map I could find. I made a mental list. 1. Room 7, the first room they gave me. The one with the broken lock. 2. Room 12, the one with the faint breathing behind the door late at night. 3. Room 9, the one with the faint smell of cigarette smoke, even though smoking was prohibited. 4. The door in the hallway last night, no number, no record, no key. Each one had signs someone else was there before me, or maybe still was. A folded newspaper left open, a half-empty bottle of water, the faint scent of cologne that didn't match any guest profile. The feeling of being watched never left. It grew heavier, more insistent. I decided to speak to someone who might actually know what was going on. At breakfast, I found the motel manager, a man named Mr. Harlan, sitting alone in the small dining area. He was a thin man with a pale face, eyes that darted nervously, and hands that trembled slightly as he stirred his coffee. "Morning," I said, sliding into the seat across from him. "Mind if I ask you a few questions about the rooms?" He looked up, startled, as if I'd caught him doing something wrong. "Sure. What do you want to know?" I pulled out the motel map I'd printed from the website. I've been assigned to different rooms each night, but some of them don't appear on this floor plan. Do you have any unlisted rooms here? He blinked rapidly, glanced toward the windows, then leaned in close. "Look, friend, this place is old. Things get shuffled. Rooms get renumbered. The wiring, the plumbing, they don't always match the blueprints. Sometimes doors are sealed off or repurposed. It happens. Nothing sinister." I nodded slowly, but his eyes told a different story. There was something he wasn't saying. "Have you had any strange guests lately? People complaining about noises or feeling watched?" He shook his head, voice dropping. "No complaints. But sometimes people get the feeling someone else is here. They leave early. Some don't come back." "Why?" He shrugged, lips pressed tight. "Maybe this place gets under your skin. It's remote. Quiet. People get uneasy." I pressed further. "Do you live here?" "Down the hall," he said, voice lower now. "I keep an eye on things. Make sure the place doesn't fall apart." I thought about the note, the glasses, the warning. "Have you ever seen anyone watching from the rooms?" He looked uncomfortable. "Look, I don't want to cause trouble. But sometimes, people stay for reasons they won't talk about. You might want to be careful. Not everyone here is friendly." I left the table with more questions than answers. The feeling of being watched crept back as I passed the long hallway lined with peeling wallpaper and flickering lights. My footsteps echoed too loudly. Back in my assigned room, number 9 this time, I sat on the bed and examined the space more closely. The walls were cracked, the paint faded. The carpet was threadbare and smelled faintly of smoke. On the small desk sat a notebook, obviously left behind. I flipped it open. The pages were filled with messy handwriting, random thoughts, sketches of eyes and doors, and repeated phrases like "they never stop watching," and "no escape from the rooms." A sudden sound made me jump, a soft tapping at the window. I froze, staring at the dark glass. The motel's courtyard was empty, bathed in afternoon light. I opened the curtain slowly. Nothing. Just the tall pines swaying in the breeze. Still, the tapping continued, quiet, rhythmic, almost like Morse code. My skin prickled. I pressed my ear to the window and heard faint breathing. Not mine. Someone else's. I pulled back, heart pounding. The notebook slipped from my hands and fell open to a page with a scribbled name and phone number. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the digits. Then the power blinked. The lights went out, plunging the room into a thick, suffocating darkness. I fumbled for my phone, the screen's glowed tiny and weak against the black. A whisper. Just beyond the door. "Hello?" No answer. Only silence. My hands trembled as I dialed the number from the notebook. The line rang once, twice, then a voice answered. Calm. Familiar. Too familiar. You shouldn't be here. The call ended. Silence returned, heavier than before. I knew I couldn't stay here much longer. But leaving now felt like walking blind into something far worse. I had to find out who was watching and why, and whether I'd be the next one to disappear without a trace. The voice on the other end was unmistakable. Not a stranger's, not a prank caller's, but his Caleb's, the man I'd met at the gas station earlier that day. Calm, measured, but with an edge that didn't sit right. Did you get the message? He asked, his tone low, almost casual. The line crackled faintly, and I could hear distant footsteps. Far too close. I swallowed hard. What message? There was a pause. Then, the one about the rooms. About why you can't leave. That hit me like a punch in the gut. I thought it was just some twisted joke or a glitch in this place's wiring. But no. I was tangled in something far worse. I don't understand, I said, voice cracking. What are you talking about? Why can't I leave? This is a motel, not some trap. Caleb chuckled softly, a sound that didn't reach his eyes. You think the map is all there is? The floor plan? No. It's a lie. A lie they tell everyone who checks in here. There are rooms they don't show you. Doors that don't exist on paper. You've seen them yourself. I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. The shifting room numbers, the walls that seemed to rearrange themselves, the faint sign someone or something was watching me. Who's they? I demanded. Why? What do they want? Control, Caleb said. Information. People like you, who stumble in, who try to figure it all out. They keep you here, feed you just enough to stay alive, just enough hope to keep you from breaking. They watch. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. The line went dead. I dropped the phone onto the bed, my hand shaking so badly I could barely catch it. The room felt colder, heavier, like the air itself was saturated with dread. I stared at the door, the one I'd been assigned to, the one that shouldn't exist. The faintest scratch marks lined the edge of the frame, and behind it, a soft light flickered. I wanted to run, to pack up and disappear. But the truth pressed down on me like a weight. I couldn't. Not anymore. The front desk was unmanned. I checked earlier. No one came around after sunset. The only exit was the front door, and I passed it 10 times today. Each time, it looked the same, inviting, banal, but every time I stepped outside, the woods seemed to close in tighter, the road stretched longer, and the distant highway signs vanished into nothing. Like a trick of the mind, or worse, a boundary I wasn't allowed to cross. I paced the room, the floorboards creaking beneath my feet. The smell of mildew and stale coffee clung to the air, mingling with something else, metallic, faintly sweet, like old blood. I didn't want to think about that, but my mind kept drifting back to the notebook. The scribbled warnings, the phone number, the name, and now, Caleb's voice confirming it all. I had to find out more. I had to understand who or what was behind this. My phone buzzed again. I jumped, nearly dropping it. A text this time. No name, just a message, do not trust the cameras. The motel's hallway light flickered, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the peeling wallpaper. I pressed my back against the door, heart pounding. The tapping at the window started again, soft, deliberate. I didn't look. Instead, I grabbed the notebook, flipped to the last page. A new message, written in shaky handwriting. There is no way out. Not through the door, not through the windows. They are watching. They are waiting. I closed the book, the edges of the pages rough beneath my fingers. A sudden scrape echoed from the hallway. Something heavy being dragged. Closer. Slow. I swallowed hard and forced myself to move toward the door, hand trembling on the knob. I cracked it open just enough to peer out. The hallway was empty, but the air was thick with something unseen. The wallpaper had started peeling in a new spot, revealing scratched words beneath. Stay. My breath caught. The sense of being watched was suffocating. I shut the door quickly, bolted it with the flimsy lock, and sank against it. My mind raced, trying to piece it all together. Caleb's voice, the impossible rooms, the warnings, everything pointed to a single horrifying truth. I was trapped. Not by walls or locks, but by people who wanted to keep me here. To watch me unravel. To erase me. And there was no one coming to save me. The next morning was gray and cold. I woke with a dry mouth and a pounding head, the notebook still clutched in my hands. The power was back on, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I decided to check the official floor plan again, desperate to find any clue I'd missed. The receptionist was there, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes. I showed her the map on my phone. Is this right? I asked. Because I keep getting sent to rooms that aren't here. She smiled thinly, but her eyes didn't reach it. Sometimes the layout changes, she said carefully. Old buildings settle. Walls shift. You know how it is. I didn't believe her. Not for a second. I glanced down the hall. The sign at the end read laundry, but beyond it, a door I hadn't noticed before stood slightly ajar, revealing darkness. My heartbeat quickened. I knew I shouldn't go. But I had to. I stepped toward the door, the air growing colder with every step. The corridor behind me seemed to stretch and narrow, a living thing breathing and shifting. Inside, the room was bare except for a small television set, static flickering across the screen. Below it, a shelf lined with dusty cassette tapes, each labeled with dates and names. My name was on one. I felt sick. Suddenly, the TV switched channels, and a grainy image appeared, a live feed of my room. Me, sitting on the bed, clutching the notebook. I slammed the door shut and backed away, heart hammering so loud I was sure it would give me away. I was inside a surveillance system. They had me watched, recorded, cataloged. No wonder they wanted me here. No wonder escape was impossible. There was no way back. No turning around. Only forward. And whatever came next, I was part of it now. The lights flickered again, and the door creaked open just a crack. A shadow slipped inside. I didn't move. Because I had no choice. The door creaked open just a crack, the thin sliver of darkness swallowing the flickering light behind me. It was a man. I could just make out the outline, thin, maybe a little stooped, the kind of figure you see on late-night crime shows, the ones who know too much and never say a word. He stood there for a moment, the faint hum of the TV static filling the silence between us. Then he spoke, voice low and rough, barely above a whisper. You shouldn't have come here. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat growing until I was sure it would choke me. Who are you? My voice cracked. I sounded pathetic, even to myself. The man didn't answer. Instead, he stepped fully inside the room, and the door swung shut behind him with a soft thud. Instantly, the room felt smaller, suffocating. The stale air smelled of old sweat and something metallic I couldn't place, like rust or dried blood. I fought the urge to gag. You don't know what you're dealing with, he said, his eyes flicking toward the TV screen. The grainy image of my room still played there, the static dancing across the glass. They watch everyone here. Every move, every word. I wanted to laugh, to say, I know. But the words stuck. Because I did know. I had seen the tapes. My name had been written across one like a scarlet letter. Someone had been watching me long before I even checked in. That was the sickest part. Why me? I managed, voice barely audible. What do they want? He took a step closer, and I could feel the weight of his gaze like a physical force. You're not the first. Won't be the last. This place, it's a trap. A cage. And you're inside. The TV flickered again, and the image changed. This time, it was the hallway outside my door, the flickering bulbs casting long, twitching shadows. And in the corner of the screen, barely noticeable, a pair of eyes blinked, watching, waiting. I looked at the man, then back at the screen. Who are they? Who's watching me? He shook his head, frustration mingling with exhaustion in his expression. It's not who. It's what. A network. People who run this place, monitor it. They want control all of us. They get inside your head, your routines, your fears. You think you're alone? You're the opposite. Cold sweat trickled down my back. I wanted to stand up, to run, but my legs were leaden. How do I get out? He smiled, and it was the kind of smile that made my skin crawl. You don't. That word echoed in my head like a death knell. No. 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 I forced myself to breathe, counting in, counting out, willing the panic away. Suddenly, the man reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, folded piece of paper. He handed it to me without a word. I unfolded it slowly. Written in hasty scrawl was a map, simple, crude, but unmistakably detailed. A hidden exit, a secret path through the motel's basement, a place unmarked on any official plan. Here, he said. If you want out, this your chance. But they'll know. They always know. I stared at the map, my mind racing. A secret exit beneath the building, hidden from the floor plan, just like the rooms. It made sense. It was the only way I'd get free. But there was something else, something unspoken in his eyes. A warning. A plea. Why help me? I asked, voice barely above a breath. He looked away, then back. Because I've been where you are. And I don't want anyone else trapped. A long silence stretched between us. The hum of the TV filled the void, the static now a steady, maddening buzz. The flickering light above cast shifting shadows across the walls, making the room feel alive, watching. I folded the map carefully, slipping it into my jacket pocket. I'm going, I said, voice firmer now, though my hands still trembled. He nodded once, sharply. Good. But be careful. They're watching. Always watching. Before I could say anything else, he turned and slipped out the door, closing it softly behind him. The sudden silence hit me like a wave. No footsteps. No breathing. Nothing but the relentless static from the television. I sat down on the edge of the bed, the paper map heavy in my pocket. My heart was still pounding, but now there was a spark, a flicker of something I hadn't felt since I arrived. Hope. Or maybe it was just desperation. The night stretched on. Every creak in the floorboards, every distant howl of a dog, every flicker of the faulty lights pressed on my nerves. I could feel eyes everywhere, unseen but present. The walls seemed to lean in, the air, cold and heavy with silence thick and oppressive. I needed to move, to act, to escape. But the question was how. The map was just the beginning. The real danger was invisible, woven into every shadow, every whispered secret of this place. I slid the curtains aside and looked out. The motel was an island in the dark, surrounded by thick woods that swallowed any stray light. The moon was a thin silver sliver, barely enough to see by. The road beyond was empty, silent except for the wind. I shivered, the cold sinking into my bones. I wasn't safe here. Not by a long shot. A sudden noise made me spin around. The door. It was ajar again. No shadow this time. Just the faint scent of cigarette smoke lingering in the stale air. I stepped closer, my fingers grazing the door frame. The hallway stretched out, dark and endless. And then I heard it, a faint tapping. Slow, deliberate. From the wall beside the door. I pressed my ear to the cold plaster. The sound was coming from inside the wall itself. Tapping. Morse code? A signal? Or just a trick of my mind? My skin prickled. I pulled back, heart hammering. The motel wasn't just watching. It was communicating. Someone was trying to reach out. Or worse, warn me. I pulled the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. The TV flickered once more, the screen going black. Silence. Complete silence. I sank onto the bed, the map still burning a hole in my pocket. I didn't know what came next, but I knew this night was far from over. The shadow was waiting. The watchers were waiting. And now, I was running out of time. The next morning, the sun broke through a thin, gray curtain of clouds, casting a pale wash over the peeling wallpaper and cracked linoleum of my room. I wanted to believe it was all a nightmare, or maybe some trick of exhaustion and isolation. But the map, still folded and worn in my jacket pocket, reminded me otherwise. It burned at the edges, a physical weight I couldn't shrug off. This place was a trap, or worse, a stage set for something I hadn't yet fully understood. I dressed quietly, every fabric swish echoing too loud in the empty room. The walls seemed to creep closer as I moved, their silence wasn't peaceful but expectant. I needed to leave. But part of me knew I couldn't until I'd figured out what was going on. Down the hall, the air smelled faintly of cigarette smoke again, like a ghost lingering in the corners. The door from last night's mystery room was shut tight now, unmarked except for a scratch near the handle, fresh or old I couldn't tell. I pressed my palm to the wood. No warmth. No movement. Just silence. I found the motel office locked, the sign taped on the glass crooked and faded, closed for the day. No front desk clerk waiting with a bored smile, no one to ask about the rooms that didn't exist, or the strange noises that kept me awake. I stepped outside instead, the cold morning air filling my lungs with the sharp scent of pine and damp earth. Somewhere, a dog barked in the distance, lonely and sharp. I walked down the cracked pavement toward the main road, hoping to flag down a passing car or find a gas station with a phone. But the road was empty, save for the occasional rustle of wind through dry leaves. The motel sat behind me like a slumbering beast, its windows blank eyes watching. Back inside, I found a scrap of paper tucked under the doorframe of my assigned room. The edges were ragged, as if torn hastily. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was small, cramped, almost pleading. You're not safe here. They watch. They listen. Don't trust the rooms. Don't trust the walls. No signature. No indication who had left it. My fingers trembled as I folded it back, sliding it into my pocket. Someone else had been here. Someone else was watching, or maybe trapped, too. I spent the day wandering the motel grounds, trying to piece together what I'd missed. The floor plan, the key cards, the strange reassigned rooms that didn't exist all pointed to one thing. Someone had been manipulating me, moving me through this place like a pawn. By late afternoon, I sat on a weathered bench near the parking lot, the sun dipping behind the hills. The motel's windows glowed faintly with the last light, shadows pooling in their corners. I thought about calling someone, anyone, but my phone had no signal. No service for miles. I thought about the tapping. The slow, deliberate code pressed into the wall. What was it trying to say? A warning? A cry for help? I tried to quiet my mind, to hear beyond the silence. Almost like a heartbeat beneath the plaster, steady and slow. That night, I decided to confront the unknown head-on. I returned to the door that had been ajar, the one with the cigarette smoke and the tapping inside the walls. This time, I wasn't going to back away. I knocked softly at first. No answer. Then louder. Silence. I pressed my ear against the cold wood again. The tapping was still there, faint but unmistakable. I tapped back, unsure if it was a language, a code, or just something trying to reach me. Suddenly, the door creaked open a crack. I jumped back, heart slamming against my ribs. A man's face peeked out, pale, gaunt, eyes sunken but alert. He didn't speak, just stared. "I'm not here to hurt you," I said, my voice rough. "Who are you? Why are you here?" He hesitated, then stepped fully into the dim hallway. His clothes were worn, stained with dirt and sweat. He looked exhausted, like he hadn't slept in days. "They watch," he whispered. "Always watching. You can't trust any room. Or the keys. Or the walls." I swallowed hard. "Who watches? What do they want?" His eyes flicked to the hallway behind me, restless. "Control. Fear. They keep us trapped in this loop. Changing rooms, moving us around. If you leave, they know." The weight of his words settled over me like a shroud. I realized then that this wasn't just a motel with a strange layout. It was a prison of sorts, designed to disorient and isolate. The rooms that didn't exist were a maze, a psychological trap. The watchers weren't ghosts or phantoms, they were people, or maybe one person, exerting a slow, creeping control. "I need to get out," I said, voice shaking. "Help me." He nodded, a flicker of hope crossing his face. "There's a back exit. But it's guarded. I've tried before. They always catch you." We moved carefully, slipping past the main hallway and toward the service stairs. The air grew colder, damp with mold and something else, fear, maybe. The faint hum of a fluorescent light overhead buzzed unevenly. Outside, the night was thick, the sky a blanket of stars muted by cloud. We slipped into the shadows, moving silently across the parking lot. I kept looking back, nerves taut. We made it to the edge of the property when a light snapped on behind us. A figure blocked the exit, tall and still, face obscured by shadow. "No one leaves," the figure said calmly, voice low and steady. The man beside me stepped forward, hands raised in surrender. "We're not here to cause trouble." The figure didn't move. Just watched. I realized then the watchers weren't just inside the motel. They were everywhere, embedded in the landscape, in the silence, in the shifting rooms I'd been assigned. We turned back, the heavy weight of captivity settling over us again. Back in the room, I sat on the edge of the bed, the man beside me breathing shallow and quick. We didn't speak much after that. There was nothing to say. As dawn crept through the curtains, I found myself changed. The motel had stripped away something naive, something trusting. I was sharper now, more cautious. The fear hadn't gone, but it had settled into a cold, steady resolve. I folded the map carefully, tucking it back into my jacket. The unknown watchers were still out there, still waiting. But I wasn't running anymore. Not yet. Maybe tomorrow, I thought. Maybe tomorrow, I'd find a way to break the cycle. But for now, I just breathed. The motel was quiet. Too quiet. The walls whispered secrets I wasn't ready to hear. And the tapping? It had stopped. For now. Story 3, Unseen Connections, Social Media's Haunting Link. I never thought much about my social media feed until it started whispering things I couldn't explain. That Monday morning began like any other. I sat at the kitchen table, the scent of stale coffee curling up in the air, mixing with the faint hum of the old radiator rattling in the corner. Outside, the sky was a dull gray, the kind that presses down on your shoulders without mercy. I tapped my fingers against the ceramic mug, waiting for the bitter warmth to chase away the last traces of sleep. The screen of my phone blinked to life, and I unlocked it without really looking. Scrolling through my social media feed was a habit, like brushing my teeth or checking the mail. And yet, as my thumb flicked upward, I paused. A photo appeared grainy, slightly out of focus, and unmistakably familiar. Except I didn't remember taking it. The image showed a narrow street lined with brick buildings, the kind you find in older parts of the city, bathed in the orange glow of street lamps. The thing was, that wasn't a street I'd ever walked down. Or had I? I tapped the image to enlarge it. The caption was strange too, remembering the night we got lost chasing fireworks. The username was someone I didn't recognize, but strangely enough, their profile picture was a blurry shot of me, except I had never seen that photo before. It was candid, the kind of snapshot a friend might take when you're not paying attention, but I was certain I hadn't shared it. Maybe I had, and it slipped past me. I squinted at the screen, trying to make sense of it. A notification popped up. You and Laura M have 12 mutual memories. I stared at the phrase like it was a riddle. Mutual memories? How could I have memories with someone I'd never met? I tapped on the profile out of curiosity, scrolling through a timeline that seemed eerily familiar. Photos of places I visited, friends I recognized, events I thought I was part of, but there was no way I had ever interacted with this person. I leaned back, the chair creaking under my weight. The room smelled faintly of damp plaster and old paper, a reminder that the apartment had seen better days. The walls around me were peeling in places, and the thin curtains barely kept out the chill that settled in with the morning. Outside, a dog barked in the distance, sharp and insistent. Maybe I'm just tired, I muttered to myself. Or this app is glitching. Still, the unease settled like a cold stone in my stomach. I hadn't felt this off in a long time. Later that afternoon, I was at my favorite cafe down the street, a small place with chipped wooden tables and the faint aroma of roasted hazelnuts and cinnamon. I ordered a black tea and settled into a corner by the window, the rain tapping lightly against the glass. I pulled out my phone again, half expecting the strange images to have disappeared. But there they were, waiting for me like silent witnesses. There was a new message this time, a direct one from the same unknown user. The words were brief but unsettling. Do you remember the summer of 16? We were at the lake. I blinked, fingers trembling as I scrolled back through my own photos from that year. No lake. No summer trip. Nothing that even resembled what they described. I tried to shake it off, focusing instead on the taste of the tea, bitter and sharp against my tongue. The cafe was filling up, the murmur of conversations growing louder, the clink of spoons against porcelain punctuating the air. I glanced outside. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets slick and reflective. The city looked different in the wet light, more honest somehow, less forgiving. When I got back to my apartment, the uneasy feeling had seeped deeper. I sat on the edge of my bed, the coarse fabric of the blanket rough beneath my fingertips. I opened the app again, scrolling through messages and photos that didn't belong to me but were presented as if they did. My pulse quickened. How could this be happening? Was someone hacking my account? Or worse, was I losing my mind? I called my friend Jason to talk it through. His voice was steady, a small comfort amid the growing confusion. Maybe it's some kind of glitch, he said. Social media platforms aren't perfect, you know. Could be a data mix-up or a weird algorithm. I know how that sounds, I admitted, but these memories, the photos, they're too detailed. It's like the app is rewriting my past. Jason laughed, though there was a trace of nervousness in it. That sounds like a sci-fi movie, not real life. Maybe, I said, but it doesn't feel like a joke. After the call, I lay back, the ceiling above me blotchy and cracked. A low hum from my laptop filled the silent room. The air felt colder now, sharper. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me not through a camera lens, but through the pixels and data that made up my digital life. I reached for my phone once more. There was a new photo waiting. This one showed a living room I didn't recognize, but the furniture looked oddly familiar, as if I'd seen it in a dream or a half-remembered memory. On the couch sat someone who looked like me, same hair, same face, but the expression was different. Harder. Tired. I stared at that picture too long. My hands trembled. I knew then that this wasn't just a glitch. Something else was at work, something I couldn't yet understand. And I wasn't sure I wanted to. The night stretched on as I sat hunched over my laptop, the glow from the screen painting the cracked plaster of my ceiling in sickly blue. I couldn't let it go. Not yet. My fingers trembled as I opened a new browser tab and began jotting down everything, every strange detail, every inconsistency. The photos, the memories I never had, the people who insisted I'd met them before. It was like my entire past was being peeled away and rearranged by someone else's hand. Someone who knew me better than I knew myself. Worse, someone who wanted me to forget who I was. I clicked through my social media feed again. New friend suggestions popped up, people I'd never heard of, but every one of them had tagged me in photos I didn't remember taking. At first, I thought it was some bizarre prank. Maybe a hacked account? But there was no sign of intrusion, no alerts, no password changes. Just all of this. Rewriting. I leaned back in my chair, rubbing the back of my neck. The air in the room had gone stale, and my throat felt dry, like I'd swallowed sand. I needed fresh air. I cracked the window open and took a slow breath. The night smelled of damp concrete and burning leaves from a neighbor's fireplace. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and lonely. It was almost comforting. Almost. The next morning came too quickly, the sun pushing through the thin curtains, dust motes floating in the light like tiny ghosts. I hadn't slept much. I was too tangled in that digital web. After breakfast, a stale bagel and bitter coffee, I sat down again to start digging more systematically. I decided to map the connections. If the platform was linking me to strangers with impossible shared memories, maybe I could find a pattern. I exported my friend list, cross-referenced tagged photos, and started building a timeline. Each photo had a timestamp, sometimes the same day, sometimes years ago. But the strangest part was the location data. Some were places I'd never been, a cafe in Chicago, a park in Seattle, an apartment in Brooklyn. Yet the photos showed me, or someone who looked like me, laughing, sitting, standing exactly there. I showed the evidence to Jason later that afternoon, over a video call. His face filled the screen, the lighting uneven, his eyes squinting like he'd been staring too long at his own monitor. "Okay, this is creepiest thing I've seen in a while," he said, voice low. "Right? It's like someone hacked into my life and started editing it. Like I'm living someone else's past." Jason frowned. "But what's the point? Why would anyone do that?" I shrugged, though I knew I didn't have an answer. "I don't know. But I'm starting to think it's more than just some glitch or prank. It's deliberate." There was a long pause. Then Jason said, "Have you tried contacting any of those people? The ones you're friends with now?" I shook my head. "No. I'm not sure I want to talk to strangers who think I'm someone else." "Fair." He leaned back, rubbing his chin. "But maybe they can tell you what's going on. Or at least confirm you're not losing your mind." That night, I forced myself to reach out. I sent messages to 3 of the most persistent profiles, people who had tagged me in multiple photos, some going back years. The replies came slowly. The first was from a woman named Lila. "Hey, I don't know if you remember me, but we met at that coffee shop last summer. You were wearing that blue jacket. I've got some photos from that day. Want me to send them?" I stared at her message, heart pounding. I didn't remember Lila, or the coffee shop. But the photo she sent seconds later showed me in the blue jacket, laughing with a group of friends. The background was unmistakably the same cafe in the photo metadata. "How? Why?" The second reply was from a man named Eric, who insisted I'd been at a beach party in Malibu last year. He attached several pictures. I recognized the location vaguely, but the faces around me were all unfamiliar. And the worst part, the expression on my face wasn't mine. It was colder, more distant. The third message never came. Days passed. Each new contact that responded shared more photos, more memories that felt like someone else's. I was losing track of who I was, or who I thought I was. Then, I noticed something else. Comments started appearing under my own recent posts I was sure I'd written, comments from these strangers, referring to events I had no memory of. "Remember that night at the jazz item?" one wrote. "You spilled your drink on my jacket." I blinked at the screen. Jazz item? I hadn't been to a jazz item in years. Had I ever? My phone buzzed. A notification from the platform's support team. I almost didn't open it, afraid it would be some canned response. But I did. "Dear user, we have received your report about unusual account activity. After thorough review, no unauthorized access was detected. Please ensure your device security is up to date." Typical. The usual nonsense. I felt a cold pang in my stomach. It wasn't about hacking. It was something else. That evening, I met with Rachel, my closest friend since college. She listened quietly as I explained everything, the photos, the messages, the impossible memories. Her apartment smelled like cinnamon and old books. The soft hum of a ceiling fan above us was the only sound besides our conversation. "You're saying your social media is acting like a second reality. One where you're living someone else's life. That's unsettling." "It's more than unsettling," I said, voice shaky. "It's like the platform is rewriting my past, erasing who I was, and replacing it with someone else's story. I don't know if it's a glitch or something malicious. But I'm scared, Ratch." She reached over, squeezed my hand. "You're not crazy. And you're not alone. We'll figure this out." Her words helped. A little. But as I left her apartment and stepped into the night air, I noticed a figure standing across the street, just beyond the glow of a street lamp. The silhouette was too still, too deliberate. I caught my breath, heart skipping. When I looked again, they were gone. I told myself it was nothing, just a passerby. But the cold in my chest didn't fade. Back home, I opened my laptop again. The latest photo awaited me. This time, it was a picture of the very street outside Rachel's building, taken from across the road. There I was, sitting on a bench, alone. Except I had never been there. Someone was watching. And the storm was just beginning. The street lamp flickered again, that sickly orange pulse turning on and off like a warning. The photo on my laptop haunted me. Me, sitting on that bench. Except I'd never been there. At least, I thought I hadn't. My fingers hovered over the keyboard, hesitating, the warmth of the screen doing nothing to thaw the chill crawling up my spine. I rubbed my eyes, hard, and tried to make sense of it all. The image wasn't just a random glitch. It was proof. Proof that the platform wasn't just tracking me, it was rewriting my memories, rewriting my life. I had to know how deep this rabbit hole went. Morning came with a dull ache behind my eyes. The sky was a dull gray, pressing low over the city as if it wanted to smother everything beneath it. I sat at my kitchen table, coffee long gone cold, eyes glued to my laptop. Rachel's words from last night echoed in my head. You're not crazy. And you're not alone. I wish that were true. Scrolling through my feed, I noticed the photos and posts had shifted again. More images that didn't belong to me, more memories I couldn't place. But this time, something new appeared, messages. Private messages from an account I didn't recognize. The username was a string of random letters and numbers, but the profile picture was unsettlingly familiar. It was me. Or someone who looked exactly like me, standing in a room I'd never seen. I clicked on the message. It opened instantly. Do you see it now? You can't run. My breath caught. The screen went black for a second, then flickered back on with a new photo. A close-up of my apartment door, the peephole illuminated. I hadn't taken that photo. No one else should have known what my door looked like from that angle. I closed the laptop suddenly, the sound echoing in the quiet room. My hands trembled, fingers curling into tight fists. I tried to steady my breathing, but the cold was spreading faster now, seeping into my chest. I needed to talk to Rachel again. I needed to know if she'd seen anything like this. Her apartment was quieter than before, the usual clutter replaced by a stark emptiness. Rachel looked up as I entered, eyes wide and tired. I showed her the messages, the photos. Her face paled. This isn't just some creepy glitch, she said. This is intentional. Someone wants to get inside your head or worse. Who? Why me? She shrugged, the motion small but heavy. Maybe you stumbled on something you weren't supposed to see. Or maybe they're testing how far they can push it. Her phone buzzed suddenly, a sharp vibration against the table. She glanced down, her fingers hesitating. It's from the same account, she said, voice low. They're watching us. I swallowed hard. What do they want? Rachel shook her head, eyes darting toward the window as shadows lengthened outside. Control. Erasure. I don't know. But whatever it is, it's bigger than you or me. I thought about the photo of me on the bench, the one I'd never taken, and the way the platform twisted my memories. This wasn't just stalking. It was erasing who I was to make room for someone else. And the worst part? I was starting to forget who I really was. Back in my apartment, the atmosphere had shifted. The walls seemed closer, the air, cold and heavy with silence thicker. I checked the peephole. Nothing. But I could feel eyes on me. The buzzing in my phone grew louder, a constant reminder that I wasn't alone. I pulled out my phone and scrolled through my contacts, fingers trembling as I called the only person I trusted, my sister. "Hey," she answered, voice bright but tired. "Jess, something's wrong. My social media, it's changing things. Photos, memories. Like someone's rewriting my past." There was a pause. Then her voice dropped. "I've seen it too. On my feed. Weird stuff. Photos I don't remember, messages I didn't get." "What? You too?" "But we have to be careful," she interrupted. I tried to block it, but it just pops back up. It's like it's inside the platform itself. My throat tightened. "Can we meet?" "Not yet," she said. "I don't think it's safe." The line went dead. I stared at the phone, heart hammering. This wasn't just happening to me. It was spreading. I realized then there was no escaping, not without losing everything I knew, everyone I cared about. Later that night, I sat on the same bench from the photo. I needed to see for myself. The city hummed around me, distant sirens, the rustle of leaves, a dog barking somewhere far off. The cold bit through my jacket, but I stayed put, eyes scanning the shadows. I pulled out my phone and opened the platform. The feed was different now, messages lined with warnings, profiles that blinked in and out like faulty neon signs. One new notification caught my eye. "Welcome back. Your story begins here." My fingers froze. That phrase wasn't mine. It never had been. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement, a figure stepping out from the alley across the street, face obscured by shadow. They didn't move quickly, but every step felt deliberate, measured. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. It was as if my feet were glued to the pavement. The figure stopped, looked directly at me, and then raised a hand, not in greeting, but as a silent warning. I swallowed the lump in my throat. The storm wasn't just beginning. It had already swallowed me whole. There was no turning back. The figure didn't move again. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, the lump lodged in deeper than before. The city around us kept humming, indifferent. Somewhere, a dog barked twice, sharp and urgent, cutting through the night like a warning. My legs trembled, but I forced myself to stay. I had to know what this was, who this was. "Who are you?" My voice was rough, barely more than a whisper. No reply. Just the slow, deliberate shift of the figure's weight, the faint scrape of shoes on concrete. Then, without a word, they turned and melted back into the shadows of the alleyway. I wanted to follow, but my feet refused. It was like some invisible thread was tying me to that exact spot, holding me hostage in the cold. I looked down at my phone again, the screen still dead. I fumbled to turn it on, praying it wasn't broken, but nothing. The battery icon never appeared. The device felt unnervingly heavy in my hand. I slid against the wall, knees hitting the rough plaster, and tried to steady my breathing. The streetlight overhead flickered, buzzing low. The smell of wet asphalt mixed with exhaust fumes and something else, something faintly metallic, coppery, like blood or rust. My skin prickled. I forced myself to stand, shaky but determined. The feet on the platform, whatever it was, wasn't just tracking me. It was rewriting my past, rewriting me. And that figure? They were part of it. Part of the trap I was falling into deeper every second. Back in the apartment, the door slammed shut behind me, louder than it should have been in the dead silence. I leaned against it, listening. No footsteps followed. No voices. Just the distant hum of city life, muffled and cold. I flipped my phone open again. Still dead. The irony wasn't lost on me. The device that had rewritten my memories was now useless, silent. I stared at the blank screen, fingers trembling. Maybe that was the point, cut me off from everything familiar, forced me to rely on whatever fragments remained in my head. I sat down at the kitchen table, the fluorescent light above buzzing faintly. The smell of old coffee lingered in the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp and bitter. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece things together. The memories, the photos I never took, the messages from strangers who claimed to know me, were they real? Had I imagined any of it? The line between truth and invention was fading fast. Then my laptop pinged. I hadn't even noticed it was on. A new message blinked on the screen. Do you remember the park bench? The rain? Or did we erase that too? I clicked. The message came from an account I didn't recognize, a name I couldn't place. The profile picture was a grainy photo of a park bench drenched in rain, the kind I'd never visited, or so I thought. I stared, fingers hovering over the keyboard. The city park by my apartment was nowhere near that. The trees were different, older. The rain in the photo seemed to blur everything, like it was washing away the edges of reality. A sudden noise outside made me jump, a sharp tapping on the window. I froze, eyes darting toward the sound. Nothing visible beyond the glass except the swaying branches and the flickering streetlight. I told myself it was just the wind, but the tapping came again, slow and deliberate, like a code. My stomach twisted. Someone knew where I was. Maybe had been watching. I shut the laptop, heart hammering. The room seemed colder now, the shadows longer, more menacing. The familiar apartment felt alien, a cage built from memories that weren't mine and a technology that refused to let me go. I needed answers. But every step forward felt like sinking deeper into quicksand. The next morning was gray and overcast. The sky hung heavy, low enough to press against the windows. I hadn't slept. Not really. My mind raced through every detail, every strange message, every impossible photo. The city outside moved on, oblivious to the unraveling inside my head. I decided to visit the park in the photo. If I could find it, maybe I could find the person who sent the message, or at least confirm if any of this was real. Maps on my phone were useless, so I scribbled down the address that came with the message. It was a neighborhood several miles away, one I didn't frequent. The bus ride there was long and claustrophobic, the air thick with the smell of rain-soaked pavement and damp clothes. At one point, a toddler screamed nearby, high-pitched and piercing. The sound made my chest tighten. When I arrived, the park was almost empty. What leaves clung to the paths, the same heavy rain blurring the edges of benches and trees. I walked slowly, eyes scanning for anything familiar. The bench from the photo was there, old and worn, paint-chipped and peeling. I sat down, fingers tracing the rough wood. The air smelled of wet earth and moss. The silence was thick, broken only by distant footsteps. I half expected to see that figure from the alley, but there was no one. Still, the weight of being watched pressed against my skin. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, heart skipping. The screen was alive with a single message. "You're closer than you think." I looked around, but the park was deserted except for a man sitting on a bench across the path. He was older, with a heavy coat and a hat pulled low. His eyes met mine briefly, then looked away. Something about him made my stomach twist, a familiarity I couldn't place. I stood, ready to leave, but curiosity rooted me. I wanted to confront him, demand answers. But what if he was part of the same web trapping me? What if every face was a lie, every place a false lead? I backed away slowly, senses sharp. The city felt like it was closing in, the walls of my life shrinking tighter with every interaction. Back on the bus, the man's figure disappeared into the crowd. The message buzzed again. Don't trust your memories. Trust only the story we give you. I swallowed, the bitter taste of despair rising in my mouth. The line between me and this other life was gone. The platform wasn't just rewriting memories, it was erasing me. I pressed the phone to my ear, dialing the only number I still recognized, my sister's. The call went to voicemail. I left a trembling message, voice barely steady. If you get this, don't trust anything you see online. Something's wrong. I'm not sure who I am anymore. As I hung up, the bus rumbled over a pothole, jarring me. The screen on my phone lit up one last time before dying completely. Your story is ours now. Silence. Complete silence. And then the bus stopped. I didn't know where. But I knew one thing, whatever this was, it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The bus idled in some forgotten part of the city. I looked around. The other passengers were shadows, faces half buried in their screens or staring blankly ahead. No one met my eyes. No one said a word. The silence weighed down on me, thick and suffocating. I rubbed my temples, the ache behind my eyes spreading. I didn't know where we were. The bus driver, a man with a lined face and tired eyes, finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low. Last stop. Everyone off. The doors hissed open. I stood slowly, knees stiff and shaky. Outside, the street was deserted. A narrow alleyway stretched out under a flickering neon sign that buzzed unevenly. The city felt different here, darker, colder, as if the usual hum of life had been drained away overnight. I stepped off the bus, the rough concrete crunching beneath my shoes. The air smelled of rain that never came, damp and sharp. I scanned the empty street. No sign of the man who'd sent the message, no sign of the stranger's link to my social media feed. Just silence. But I knew better. I started walking. The platform, the app, the impossible memories, they weren't just rewriting my past. They were erasing me, fragmenting my identity until I was no longer sure who I really was. Every photo I'd ever taken, every message sent or received, every shared moment online had been hacked, altered, replaced. I was trapped inside a story that wasn't mine, a narrative controlled by someone else. I thought about my sister. Her voicemail, unanswered. The words I'd left, if you get this, don't trust anything you see online. Did she even know who I was anymore? Did she remember me? Or was I becoming a ghost in her life, a flicker on the screen that faded with every passing day? I'd spent hours trying to fight back, deleting accounts, changing passwords, even wiping my phone clean. But the platform was smarter, faster. It anticipated my moves, adapting, evolving. Like a virus in my mind. I stopped outside a small cafe, its windows fogged and dim. The faded sign read open 24 hours, but the place was empty, chairs stacked on tables, the faint smell of cold coffee lingering. I pressed my forehead against the glass, tracing the condensation with my finger. There was no refuge. No safe place left. I pulled my coat tighter and moved on. The city felt alien now. Familiar streets twisted into strange angles. Faces I passed looked through me, as if I was invisible or worse, unrecognizable. I caught my reflection in a shop window, pale, hollow-eyed, a stranger staring back. I wondered if this other life, the one the platform was forcing on me, was just as hollow. Maybe the person whose memories I was being fed was lost too, trapped in some digital maze of lies and half-truths. The thought made my stomach turn. I found a public library, an old brick building with a heavy wooden door and a faint smell of musty paper. Inside, the cool air was a relief, the silence comforting in a way. I sat at a table near a window, the pale light casting long shadows. I pulled out a notebook I'd found in my backpack, its pages blank except for a few scrawled notes. I tried to write anything. My real memories, or what I thought were real. The more I wrote, the more the words felt like fragments of someone else's story, slipping through my fingers like smoke. A librarian, an elderly woman with silver hair and kind eyes, approached. "Are you all right, dear?" she asked softly. I nodded, but my voice caught in my throat. "I'm not sure." She sat down beside me, folding her hands. Sometimes, when the world feels too much, it helps to hold on to the small things. The things you know are yours. I looked at her, the way her eyes crinkled at the corners when she smiled. For a moment, I thought maybe I could find some anchor here. "Like what?" I asked. "Like this old book." She reached into her bag and pulled out a worn copy of Wuthering Heights. "It's been here for decades. Read it whenever you need to remember who you are." I took the book, its cover rough and familiar in my hands. The smell of aging paper and ink was oddly soothing. I flipped it open, the words a steady rhythm in the chaos. Later, I left the library with the book under my arm. Outside, the city was darkening, the sky a bruised purple. I walked slowly, thinking about the woman's words. Maybe I couldn't control the platform's narrative or the memories it forced on me, but I could hold on to these small, real things. The texture of a book's pages, the scent of rain on concrete, the sound of a distant dog barking in the twilight. I thought about my sister again. I tried calling her once more, but this time, I'd be ready. Ready to tell her everything, even if it sounded unbelievable. At my apartment, the door creaked open with a familiar groan. Inside, the silence was thick, but not empty. My things were where I'd left them: old coffee mugs, a stack of unread letters, a faded photograph of my parents on the mantelpiece. These were pieces of me, stubborn and true. I sat down on the worn couch, the fabric rough against my skin. I opened the book, letting the words wash over me. The platform might rewrite my past, but it couldn't erase these moments. The ones I chose to remember. I realized then that the fight wasn't over. It might never be. But I wasn't completely lost. Not yet. The phone buzzed suddenly on the table. I jumped, heart pounding. It was a message from an unknown number. "You're stronger than you think. Keep fighting." No signature. No photo. Just those words. I stared at the screen, my hand steady this time. A small spark of something, hope, defiance, kindled inside me. Maybe the story wasn't theirs to write. Maybe I could still take it back. Outside, the city breathed around me, uneasy, uncertain, but alive. And so was I. Not the version the platform wanted, but the one I remembered beneath all the lies. I closed the book softly and sat back, listening to the night settle in. The past might be a shifting shadow, but the present, the here and now, was mine to hold. For now. Story 4, The Shifting Prison, Doors That Move Themselves. The first thing I noticed was the silence. I rubbed my hands together, trying to shake off the stiffness. My fingers tingled, probably from sitting so still. The walls were a shade of gray I couldn't quite name, somewhere between cement and ash, but they weren't rough. Smooth, actually, like plaster that had been sanded down over years, too smooth to be comforting. I tapped my knuckles lightly and listened. Nothing but the distant hum of ventilation. No footsteps, no voices. That was odd. I'd been here for nearly a week, assigned to a cell in this section of the facility, what they called Zone B, high security, they said. The kind of place you ended up when you've been deemed too dangerous or too unstable for the general population. The truth was, I didn't know why I was here. Not really. The official paperwork was a blur of legal jargon, and the officers who processed me never met my eyes. They just slid me through the system like I was a file on a screen. My name's Ryan. I used to work in IT, handling data security for a mid-sized firm downtown. Nothing glamorous, but something I understood. Numbers, codes, patterns, things that made sense. Before this place, my biggest problem was a missed deadline or a faulty router. Now, I was trapped inside a building that resembled a maze, where nothing seemed to stay constant. Take the doors, for example. Cell doors slid open and closed on invisible tracks. No clanging locks, no keys. Just that soft, mechanical sigh whenever one shifted. At first, I thought it was a glitch. Maybe the system was testing me. But it kept happening. Doors opened when no one was around. Closed just as silently. And sometimes, I swear, they moved on their own. I know how that sounds. Crazy. But it wasn't like the usual prison experience you read about in books or see on TV, where guards bark orders and the air smells like sweat and fear. This place was clinical. Precise. Like it was designed to make you doubt everything, your senses, your sanity. That morning, the routine had been the same. Lights flickered on at 6:30 sharp, the faint buzz awakening me from a restless sleep. I ran my tongue over dry lips and swung my feet onto the cold floor, counting tiles as I stood. 47 gray tiles to the door. I knew because I'd done it every day since I arrived. Habit, maybe. A way to anchor myself. Breakfast was a thin slice of bread, some watery oatmeal, and a cup of something that tasted like burnt coffee but wasn't. I ate mechanically, eyes fixed on the door, waiting for the shift change. Guards didn't come inside here. Never had. Instead, I watched the corridor beyond through a narrow window, just a strip of dull light and shadow. Then it happened. A door across the hall slid open. Just a crack, enough to see the edge of a cell. But no one was there. I blinked, trying to catch movement. Nothing. I leaned forward, pressing my palm flat against the cold glass. The opening widened a few inches, then closed again with that soft whisper. The silence that followed was heavier. The air seemed to thicken. I swallowed hard, tasting something bitter and metallic. My pulse picked up, but not from fear. More like confusion. Was I losing my mind? Or was this some kind of test? I tried to recall details about the facility from my intake interview, but the memories were fuzzy, like a dream slipping through fingers. Someone mentioned psychological evaluations, but nothing concrete. Just vague promises of rehabilitation and adjustment protocols. Those words bounced around in my head like empty shells. Footsteps echoed suddenly down the hallway, a guard making his rounds, maybe. The sound was muffled, but steady, measured. I straightened up and stepped back from the window, feeling exposed. The door to my own cell slid shut behind me with a finality that made me flinch. No lock, just the quiet pressure of the mechanism sealing me off. The day stretched ahead, slow and indistinct. I spent hours tracing patterns on the wall with my finger, counting the grooves in the plaster, listening for any change in the hum of the ventilation. Time here wasn't marked by clocks or calendars. It was marked by the shifting doors, the subtle rearrangement of spaces, and the creeping sense that the walls themselves were alive, if only in the way they deceived. I wondered, not for the first time, if the whole place was a puzzle designed to break me down without ever raising a hand. No bruises. No threats. Just a gradual unspooling of certainty until I was left raw and unraveling. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed something else. A faint vibration underfoot. Almost imperceptible, but there. I knelt down, pressing my ear to the floor. A low, rhythmic thrum pulsed beneath the concrete, like a heartbeat. I pulled back quickly, the sound making my skin crawl. What was this place? Later, I called out softly, hoping the guards might respond. "Hello?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the walls. No answer. Just the sliding of a door down the hall, somewhere beyond my sight. I paced then, restless. My shadow stretched long across the floor as the flickering overhead light sputtered again. It made the room feel less stable, less real. A thin film of sweat coated my back despite the cool air. A whisper of movement caught my eye. The cell opposite mine had been empty this morning. Now, there was a figure. Standing just inside the doorway, blurred and still as a statue. I blinked hard. The silhouette vanished before I could focus. I rubbed my temples. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or my imagination. But I knew the truth was worse. This place was designed to wear you down. To make you question what was real. And it was working. By evening, the silence was complete. No footsteps, no voices, no shifting doors. Just me, the humming floor, and that faint, lemony smell lingering in the air. I lay back on the cot, staring at the ceiling that felt too close, too flat. Before sleep pulled me under, one thought kept looping. Tomorrow, something would be different. Something had to be. Because if it wasn't, I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on to what was left of my mind. The night stretched out, heavy and unyielding. The figure. That shadow in the doorway. It wasn't imagination. I was sure of it. I rubbed my eyes again hard enough to sting, and when I looked, the space opposite me was empty. But the memory of that silhouette was sharper than any dream, tall, still, blurred at the edges, as if the air around it was thick enough to distort. It had vanished before I could focus on any details, but the impression was unmistakable. Someone had been watching. By the time dawn crept in through the narrow slit near the ceiling, I was drenched in sweat. My hands trembled as I sat up and pressed my palms to the rough plaster wall. The texture was uneven, cold, and grainy under my fingers. No cracks, no marks, just that sterile, impenetrable surface. The cell felt smaller than before. Closer. Like it was closing in on me. I forced myself to stand and move toward the door, testing its edges with my fingers. The cold metal was smooth, completely silent as it slid open when I nudged it. I stepped into the corridor, the floor humming slightly underfoot. The hallway stretched out in either direction, walls shifting imperceptibly as if alive. I could swear the angle of the ceiling had changed since last night. There was no sign of anyone else. No footsteps, no voices. Just that scent, lemony and sharp, lingering like a faint warning. I moved down the hall, counting doors, noting the subtle differences. Some walls seemed damp, others dry and chalky. The lighting flickered unpredictably, casting long shadows that danced just beyond my vision. I pinched the skin on my arm. Real. I was real. Or at least, I hoped I was. At the far end of the hallway, I found a small panel embedded in the wall, something I hadn't noticed before. A rectangle of brushed metal with a finger-sized indentation. I pressed it lightly. Nothing happened. Pressed again, longer this time. A soft click, then a low rumble echoed through the corridor. A section of the wall nearby slid open, revealing a narrow passage. I hesitated. The passage smelled different, damp earth and something metallic, like old pennies. The air was cooler here, stale but not quite stale enough to be comforting. My breath came out in short bursts, each exhale a small defiance against the weight in my chest. I stepped inside. The passage curved sharply, and the walls closed in tighter. My footsteps echoed hollowly. There were no doors here, no windows, just a twisting tunnel that seemed to go on forever. I touched the walls as I walked, fingers grazing the cold smoothness, searching for something, anything that might explain what was happening. A faint sound reached me. At first, I thought it was my own breath, but then I caught a soft tapping. Slow, deliberate, from somewhere ahead. I stopped. The sound stopped. I waited. Then a voice whispered, "Hello?" It was barely audible, like a secret carried on the wind. My heart jolted. I cleared my throat, voice hoarse. "Hello?" Silence. I took a cautious step forward. "Is someone there?" A faint rustle answered me, followed by another whisper, "You're not alone." I swallowed hard. The words were simple but charged with meaning, a lifeline thrown in the dark. I wanted to believe it was real, but the place was designed to mess with my mind. Maybe I was hearing things. "Who's there?" I asked, forcing calm into my tone. No answer. Just that tapping again, this time faster, more insistent. I pressed my palm against the wall, feeling the vibrations tickle my skin. The tunnel ended abruptly at a door, this one covered in scuffs and scratches. I leaned close, listening. No voices. No movement. Only silence. I tried the handle. Locked. I stepped back, heart pounding. This was a dead end, but the tapping continued, now behind me, echoing from deeper within the passage. I spun around, searching the darkness, but saw nothing. "Show yourself," I said, voice firmer. A shadow detached itself from the far wall, a man, thin and ragged, eyes wide with something like desperation. His skin was pale, almost translucent under the flickering light. He blinked rapidly, then nodded. Finally, he whispered. I thought I was alone. Relief and suspicion tangled inside me. "Who are you? How long have you been here?" He shrugged, voice cracking. "Long enough. They changed the walls, the doors. They want us to break." I nodded slowly, digesting the words. "Same here. This place, it shifts. It's not just a prison. It's a trap for the mind." He smiled faintly, a ghost of recognition. "Exactly. You've seen the figure too?" I hesitated. "Yes. Last night. Standing in my doorway." He shuddered. "They use fear like a scalpel. Cut away at your thoughts. Make you doubt everything." We stood in silence, the weight of our shared understanding settling between us. The lemony scent was stronger here, almost choking. I coughed, rubbing my throat. "What's your name?" I asked. He hesitated. "Eli." I nodded. Doesn't matter," he interrupted. "Names don't mean anything here." I wanted to argue, but the truth was that he was right. In this place, identity felt fragile, like a thread stretched too thin. "Have you found a way out?" I asked. He shook his head. "No. But I've learned how to survive. You have to keep your mind busy. Questions. puzzles, anything. I thought about that. The walls rearranging themselves like a cruel game board. The silent doors gliding open and closed, hurting us deeper into whatever nightmare this was. Do you think they watch us? I asked. Eli's eyes flicked to the ceiling, then back. They do more than watch. They listen. They wait. A distant clatter echoed down the tunnel. We both froze. Someone's coming, Eli whispered. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear sharp and metallic in my mouth. The lemon scent was overpowering now, thick and suffocating. Hide, Eli said, grabbing my arm. We slipped into a recessed alcove, shadows swallowing us whole. The footsteps grew louder, slow, deliberate, methodical. A voice called out, cold and precise. Cell 17, open. The door across the hall slid open with a soft hiss. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the harsh light behind them, but I caught the glint of a clipboard in their hands and the rigid set of their shoulders. Move along, the voice said. No loitering. The footsteps retreated, fading until only the hum of the floor remained. I exhaled slowly, heart still hammering. Eli's grip loosened. This place is a maze, I said quietly. He nodded. And the maze is alive. We stepped out of the alcove, the corridor now eerily empty again. The lemon scent lingered, but beneath it, I caught something else, a faint, metallic tang, like rust or blood. My head spun. How do we fight something that doesn't bleed? Eli looked at me, eyes hardening. We outthink it. We make it use us. I swallowed. It was a plan, tentative and fragile, but better than nothing. And then, just as I was beginning to believe we might have a chance, the wall shifted again. The corridor stretched impossibly longer, doors multiplying on both sides like a nightmare version of a hotel. The lemon scent turned sour. I swallowed against the rising panic. Stay close, Eli said, voice low. Because tomorrow, this place will be different again. I nodded, heart pounding, the cold plaster pressing in on all sides. And I knew he was right. Because if it wasn't, I wasn't sure how much longer I could keep from breaking entirely. The lemon scent clung to the air, cold and heavy with silence like a stubborn ghost, thick and choking, as if the walls themselves exhaled it. The metallic tang beneath it unsettled me, something sharp and bitter, wet and cold, and it made my throat tighten. I swallowed hard, tasting the coppery hint on my tongue, wondering if it was just my imagination or something more sinister. Eli's grip on my arm was firm, steady, but I noticed his knuckles paled under the pressure. We shouldn't stay here, he muttered, eyes darting down the hall. They're watching. I nodded, though that didn't mean I trusted the instinct urging me to run. The corridor stretched ahead, sterile and cold, with those goddamn sliding doors silent, too precise, too smooth. There was a mechanical hum beneath everything, a pulse that felt like the prison's heartbeat, slow and relentless. What's that smell? I whispered. Rust? I don't think it's just the pipes. Eli didn't answer immediately. Instead, he crouched low and pressed his ear to the wall, listening. The sound was subtle, a faint scraping or maybe a dragging noise, like metal on concrete. It flickered in and out, sometimes sharp, sometimes muffled, never constant but always there. It made my skin crawl. This place is designed to get inside your head, Eli finally said, voice hollow. Not with fists, but with fear. Confusion. Isolation. I wanted to believe him, but I felt the wall shifting again. Not just figuratively. The corridor behind us twisted subtly, the angles bending like a funhouse mirror. One moment, the exit was a straight shot, the next, it was a dead end. That wasn't possible, was it? I shook my head, trying to clear the dizzying sensation. Did you see that? I asked. See what? Eli's voice was low but tense. The hallway. It changed. When I looked away, it was different. Like the whole place rearranged itself. He exhaled sharply. It's not just you. I've noticed it too. The cells. They move. The walls shift. It's all part of the design. I swallowed again, the metallic taste rising. Why? What's the point? To break you. Piece by piece. Without leaving a mark you can show on your skin. The idea settled over me like a thick fog. No bruises. No cuts. Just the slow erosion of everything inside. My hope, my memories, my sense of reality. I rubbed my arms, goosebumps prickling beneath the thin fabric of my shirt. The chill wasn't from the temperature, it was from the realization that this place was a trap with no exit, not just physically, but mentally. We moved cautiously down the corridor, walls alternately closing in and opening out. I kept my hand on the rough plaster, feeling its grit under my fingers, grounding me. The hum beneath the floor grew louder, vibrating through my soles and into my bones. I realized it wasn't just a machine anymore. It was a signal. A heartbeat for this living prison. Then the lights flickered. Briefly. Twice. Each time the corridor seemed to pulse in response, walls contracting, the floor tilting ever so slightly, like the prison was breathing around us, watching, waiting. I stopped. Eli. My voice was barely audible, cracking under the weight of something I couldn't yet name. He turned, eyes reflecting the flickering light. What is it? There's no way out. Not really. I think we're past the point of return. The words tasted bitter, but they rang true. We crossed some invisible line. This wasn't just a holding cell or a maze anymore. It was a carefully engineered mind trap, and we'd walked straight into it. Eli's jaw clenched. You mean we're stuck? Not just stuck. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Trapped. And every shift, every change is designed to break us down. They don't need to hurt us. They just need to wear us out until we give up. Until we become nothing. A sudden clatter echoed from deeper in the complex. A metal tray sliding across a tile floor somewhere, followed by a low murmur of voices. They weren't shouting. Not yet. But the calmness was worse, like the eye of a storm. Did you hear that? I whispered. Eli nodded. They're here. Watching. He pulled me into a narrow side passage, a sliver of shadow that swallowed us whole. The lemon scent faded for a moment, replaced by something colder, sterile, clinical. The air tasted faintly of antiseptic and old paper, like a forgotten hospital ward. This is where they test us, Eli said. Not with pain, but with pressure. Isolation. Deprivation. And the worst part? You don't even know what you're fighting against. I pressed my back to the wall, the rough surface biting into my skin. How do you know all this? He glanced around nervously. I've been here longer than you. Longer than I should be. They let me think I could outsmart the system. But it's smarter than any of us. The truth hit me like a punch to the stomach. Eli wasn't just a fellow prisoner. He was a cautionary tale. A warning. Then what do we do? I asked, voice hoarse. He looked me in the eyes, and for a moment, I saw something else there. Fear, yes, but also a flicker of defiance. We use their rules against them. Outthink them before they outthink us. And if we fail? Eli's laugh was bitter, humorless. Then we disappear. Not physically, but in here. He tapped his temple. They don't need to kill us to make us vanish. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. How long before that happens? His gaze dropped. Depends on how strong you are. How fast you break. I stared down the dim passage ahead, the wall seeming to lean closer, whispering threats I couldn't quite hear. The lemon scent returned, thicker now, suffocating. The metallic tang burned sharper. A sudden realization struck me. I wasn't just a prisoner. I was a lab rat, a puzzle piece in some sick experiment designed to unravel my mind thread by thread. A faint, unnatural chill curled through the air as I stepped inside. The thought made my stomach twist. I glanced at Eli. Is there any way out? He shook his head slowly. Not the kind you're thinking. Once you go deeper, the door closes behind you. Permanently. No second chances. That's when the cell doors started sliding open again, soft and mechanical. One after another, like a wave spreading through the corridor. The sound was hypnotic, like the ticking of a clock counting down my sanity. Time's up, Eli said. I swallowed hard, the taste of fear now a thick paste coating my tongue. The walls around us began to shift once more, closing in, narrowing the passage until all I could see was the faint shimmer of a door sliding open at the end. After this, Eli whispered, there's no turning back. The lemon scent surged, overwhelming. My breath caught. The metallic taste became sharper iron and cold sweat. The door slid open. I stepped forward. Behind me, the corridor vanished. Ahead, the point of no return. The lemon scent was worse now, thick and cloying like it had soaked into every crack and crevice. It crawled under my skin, made my throat tight. I pulled my jacket tighter, the rough fabric scratching against my palms as I stared down the corridor. The walls felt like they were bending inwards, leaning closer with every breath I took. Whispering, sure, but nothing I could catch. Just that low hum of silence, the faint scrape of sliding metal somewhere far away. Eli's words echoed inside me. We used their rules against them. The idea sounded simple when he said it, but the truth was anything but. The rules were invisible, shifting like smoke, and the prison knew me better than I knew myself. Every step forward felt like walking blind into a trap. I rubbed my jaw, tasting the sharp edge of stale air mixed with that lemon chemical sting. My hands trembled, not from cold but from the weight pressing down on me, the pressure of something unseen narrowing around my mind. I hated how quiet it was. No clanging doors, no shouted orders. Just the soft slide of metal, and that damn lemon smell. I stepped forward, then froze. The air shifted again. The cell doors, the ones that had been shut tight, were sliding open silently, like the prison was breathing. I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to dart back. This was the game. When the doors moved without warning, it meant something had changed. The walls were rearranging themselves. The ground beneath me was a puzzle I had to solve, or I'd be lost. There was a faint buzzing now, like a fluorescent light struggling to stay alive. I looked up. The ceiling panel flickered, shadows dancing across the peeling plaster. A slow drip echoed somewhere to my left. Water. Or maybe sweat. I couldn't tell anymore. Hey, I whispered, voice rough. Eli? No reply. I knew he was close, but the silence was a wall between us. The lemon scent burned sharper. It was a warning. I pressed my back against the cold concrete and closed my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. I thought about the signs, the subtle shifts in temperature, the rearranged corridors, the way the doors opened and closed without a sound. Every detail mattered. Every nuance was a thread I could pull if I wanted to keep my sanity. But I was running out of threads. Then I heard it, a faint tapping, deliberate, slow. Somewhere down the hall. Different from the dripping. Human. A rhythm. I swallowed hard, heart thudding in my ears. Eli? I called again, louder this time. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I took a step forward, then another. The lemon smell was suffocating now, thick like a pressurized gas. I wiped my forehead, feeling sweat slick against my skin despite the cold. My legs felt heavy, like wading through mud. The sliding door to a nearby cell moved open with a whisper. I squinted inside. Empty. But the walls inside looked different, no longer smooth concrete but covered with scribbles, frantic scratches and dark ink. Words I couldn't read, letters overlapping, bleeding into one another. The walls were screaming in code. I reached out, fingertips brushing the rough surface. The scratches were jagged, uneven, like a man clawing at his own mind. A shiver ran up my spine. Why would they let this happen? Why leave evidence of the torment? A noise behind me. Quick, sharp footsteps. I spun around. Eli stood there, eyes wild and dark. His face was pale, almost translucent under the flickering light. His breath came in shallow bursts. "We don't have much time," he said, voice low and urgent. "What happened?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "They're changing the rules. Faster than before." "How? What do you mean?" Eli's gaze darted down the corridor. "The zones. They're collapsing into each other. The walls, the cells, they don't just rearrange anymore, they overlap. You can walk into a cell that leads back to itself. Or worse." I swallowed hard, feeling bile rise. "Worse how?" He looked at me, eyes burning. "You lose track of where you are. Your mind fractures. You start doubting everything, time, place, even who you are." A cold wave crashed through me. I pressed my palm against the rough wall, the scratches biting into my skin. My mind reeled, the edges of reality blurring. I remembered what Eli said before about disappearing, not physically, but inside your own head. The thought was a slow, creeping terror. "Can you keep up?" Eli asked. I nodded, though my legs felt like jelly. "I have to." He glanced back toward the dark end of the hall. "Then follow me. And don't stop. No matter what." We moved quickly, the corridor shifting with every step. The walls groaned softly, like the building itself was alive and watching. The lemon scent was a constant assault, and every breath burned my lungs. We came to a junction where the corridor split. The signs were gone, replaced by a mirror, large, cracked, and stained. I looked into it, expecting to see myself. Instead, the reflection wavered, like water disturbed by a stone. My face flickered, twisted, then settled back into normal. Eli stopped beside me. "Don't trust reflections here," he said. "They're part of the trick." I swallowed, feeling the weight of his words settle deep inside. The mirror was a trap, playing with perception, making the mind slip. "Which way?" I asked. He hesitated, then pointed left. "That's the safest path. For now." We moved left, the corridor narrowing. The walls closed in tighter, the air thick with lemon and something else, something metallic and sour. My stomach churned. Then the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows went out. Pitch black. I froze. The cell door slid open. No sound. No warning. The same silent hiss I'd come to dread, yet somehow I'd learned to anticipate. I stepped forward, swallowing the lump in my throat, the cold cement floor cool beneath my bare feet. The air smelled of bleach and something metallic, maybe rust, or the faint trace of blood long dried. I didn't want to think about that. Not anymore. This time, the corridor that unfolded before me wasn't the usual endless gray. The walls shifted, too, forming a tight, winding passage that bent left, then right, then left again. The lights overhead flickered, weak and inconsistent. Shadows pulled in the corners, though I knew no one waited there. No one could. The prison was designed to be empty. Except for me. And the system. I stopped. The walls fell closer, the ceiling lower. My breath came out in shallow puffs, each one visible in the cold air. I glanced down at my hands. Trembling. Again. I'd lost count of how many times that had happened, but it never got easier. The system wanted my mind broken. I knew it. But I also knew something else. It was counting on me to give in. I wasn't going to. I had to outthink it. The memory of the pattern hit me like a slap. Shifting cells, silent doors, corridors that rearranged themselves. Each zone a step deeper into confusion. But not random. No, there was a code, a rhythm. A logic hidden beneath the chaos. I pieced it together over these endless days, nights that blended into a suffocating twilight. The system wasn't supernatural, despite how it felt. It was human. Designed by people with cold minds and cruel hearts. I pressed my palm to the wall, rough plaster under my fingers, scraping away the numbness. The texture was uneven, jagged in places. I traced a line, imagining a map, a path out of this labyrinth. A voice echoed, a soft clearing of a throat, distant but close enough to make my skin crawl. I froze. Not a guard. Not a fellow prisoner. No one had walked these halls for ages, or so I thought. Hello? The voice cracked, uncertain. You there? I swallowed hard. Yes, I said. My voice sounded strange, foreign in the silence. The voice hesitated. You're not supposed to be here. Neither are you, I replied, stepping forward toward the sound. The corridor opened into a small chamber, walls cold and bare. A figure stood in the shadows, a man dressed in a plain gray uniform, his face pale and drawn. His eyes darted, nervous, as if he expected walls to close in on him any second. I'm part of the system, he said finally, voice barely above a whisper. But I didn't want this. Nobody does. I studied him. The lines under his eyes, the tremble in his hands. He wasn't a monster. Just another prisoner in this cage, trapped in a different way. Why are you here? I asked. He took a shaky breath. I used to design the algorithms. The shifts. The doors. But they locked me in after I tried to stop it. Said I was a threat. Said I was dangerous. I nodded slowly, the pieces clicking together. The system wasn't a faceless machine. It was a twisted experiment, controlled by people who'd lost their own humanity. I felt a spark of anger, no, something sharper. Determination. Help me get out, I said. He hesitated again, then nodded. There's a pattern. A sequence. If you can get to the central control room, you can override the system. Stop the shifts. Where is it? He glanced away, eyes haunted. At the core. But it's not just the doors. The system monitors your mind. Your responses. It adapts. It learns. I swallowed the lump in my throat, the weight of it pressing down. Then I have to be smarter. He looked at me, a flicker of hope in his eyes. You can do this. You're the first to come this far. I felt a flicker of something I hadn't felt in a long time, hope. We moved together, cautious, through the shifting corridors. The walls groaned softly, as if protesting our intrusion. At times, I stumbled, my foot catching on unseen edges where the floor shifted without warning. The man kept pace beside me, whispering directions, tracing invisible lines on the walls like a cartographer charting a new world. The air grew warmer as we neared the center. The faint hum of machinery buzzed in the distance, a mechanical heartbeat beneath the silence. I could almost taste the oil and metal in the air, sharp and bitter. You ready? He asked, voice low. I nodded. I've never been more ready. The door slid open ahead of us, revealing a room bathed in harsh white light. Panels lined the walls, blinking with endless streams of data. Screens flickered, showing maps and statistics I barely understood. In the center, a console waited, buttons and switches arranged like the keys of some strange instrument. This is it, he said. Override the system here. I stepped forward, fingers trembling as they hovered over the controls. The pressure was suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, the lights flickering faster. The system was fighting back, trying to confuse me, to break me. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and forced myself to think clearly. Logic, patterns, repetition. I remembered the sequences, the doors that open on specific rhythms, the way the walls aligned with the shifts in the system's code. Slowly, deliberately, I pressed the buttons in the order I deduced. Each press echoed in the silence, a tiny victory against the relentless machine. The screen stuttered. The hum slowed. The walls seemed to breathe out, releasing the tension. Then the light steadied. The door stayed open. We did it, the man whispered, disbelief lacing his voice. I exhaled, the air rushing out of my lungs like I'd been holding it forever. But there was no celebration. Only a quiet understanding. The system was broken, at least for now. But the scars remained, etched deep in my mind and body. We walked back through the corridors, now still, the shifting walls locked in place. The silence was different, calm, not oppressive. Outside, I saw the sky through a small window, pale and gray, but real. Where do we go now? I asked. He shrugged. I don't know. But at least we're free from that prison. I nodded, looking back once more at the cold walls that had trapped me. The nightmare was over. Or maybe it was just the start of something new. But I was ready. Because now I understood. The mind could be broken. But it could also be rebuilt. And I would not be broken again. Silence. Complete silence. Then, slow footsteps fading away. I was alone. But free. Story 5, Lost Hikers of the Hollow Trail, Unseen Forces in the Forest. I'd always thought the hardest part about hiking alone was the silence. I set off with a light pack, the usual water, some trail mix, a map I barely glanced at. I liked to think I knew these mountains well enough, even if I hadn't been back in a couple of years. The trail was steep in places, roots twisting underfoot like old veins, thick with moss that made everything slippery. Birds called out now and then, distant, almost casual, as if they didn't mind me being there. For the first couple of hours, the forest felt indifferent, neither hostile nor welcoming. The crunch of leaves, the snap of twigs underfoot, the occasional rustle of unseen animals. I kept my pace steady, my mind mostly empty, save for a nagging itch of restlessness I couldn't shake. Maybe it was the way the trees seemed too evenly spaced, or how the trail curved back on itself in ways I didn't remember. I told myself I was just tired, that the mountain was playing tricks on me. I stopped at a bend overlooking a narrow valley, the kind of spot where you expect to see nothing but green and sky, but today the air held a faint metallic tang, sharp and unsettling. I shrugged it off, took a long drink from my bottle, and scanned the horizon. That's when I heard voices. At first, they were muffled, a murmur carried on the wind, easy to mistake for the rustling of leaves. Then clearer, steady, human. I froze, my heart ticking up a notch. The trail should have been empty. No one else had passed me for miles, and the last thing I expected was company this far out. I edged forward, stepping lightly into a small clearing where the trees thinned, and there they were. 3 figures, standing close together, looking a little lost. Their clothes were practical, worn but clean, the kind you'd expect from people who knew the outdoors. Not hikers, exactly. Something else. "Hey," I called, voice cautious but not hostile. They turned toward me simultaneously, their faces open but unreadable. The tallest one, a woman, smiled, a quick, practiced thing that didn't quite reach her eyes. "We're a bit off track," she said. "Could you help us get back to the main path?" I nodded, stepping closer. "Sure." "You're not from around here, then?" "No," the shortest one said. "We're visiting." His words stumbled over themselves, like he wasn't used to talking much. I glanced at the third person, a man with a crooked grin that seemed both friendly and a little too sharp. "You don't look lost," I said, almost to myself. "This trail's pretty tricky if you're not careful." "Yeah, well," the woman answered, "it's easy to get turned around in these woods." I studied them for a moment. Something was off. Not the usual nervousness of strangers in the wilderness. It was more like they knew where they were, but wanted me to doubt what I knew. I couldn't explain it, but it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Have you been here before?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. They exchanged glances, brief and sharp. Then the woman said, "Not exactly. But we've been around." The man's eyes flicked to my pack, then back to my face. "You're hiking pretty fast for someone who's just out for a day." I laughed, a short, dry sound. Maybe I'm just eager to get somewhere. For a moment, we all stood there, the quiet settling back in like a blanket. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. Then the shortest one stepped forward. "You know, it's funny. You take the same path every time, but it feels different. Like something's changed without you noticing." I frowned, the words curling around something deep inside me, unspoken but familiar. I wanted to ask what he meant, but the words caught in my throat. "Maybe you're just imagining things," I said instead, forcing a smile. The woman's gaze lingered on me a moment longer, then she nodded. "Maybe." They didn't move to follow me, but didn't step back either. Just stood there, watching. I could feel it, their eyes, calculating, waiting. I checked my watch. Time to get moving. "I'll show you the way back," I said, motioning toward the trail. As I turned, the rustling of leaves sounded louder, sharper, like a whispered warning. I glanced over my shoulder. They were still there, but the way they looked at me felt different, less lost, more certain. I swallowed hard. Something had shifted, but I didn't know what. Not yet. The mountain was no longer just a place to walk. It was something else. Something watching. And it knew me. I stepped onto the narrow path, the crunch of gravel underfoot breaking the tense silence. The air grew cooler, the shadows lengthening as the sun dipped behind the jagged peaks. Each breath felt heavier, weighed down by the unseen presence lingering just beyond sight. The figures moved with an eerie grace, keeping pace without a sound. My heart pounded, a drumbeat echoing the growing unease inside me. Was this a warning or an invitation? The forest seemed to close in, the ancient trees whispering secrets I wasn't meant to hear. I quickened my pace, but the feeling remained something had changed, and now it was waiting. Shadows stretched longer, folding into the darkness that thickened around me. The forest didn't sleep. I swallowed, tasting the dry grit in my mouth. The mountain should have been quiet now, except for the normal sounds, the call of a distant bird, the rustle of critters in underbrush, the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. But tonight, the sounds felt choreographed, like background actors waiting for a cue. I glanced at my watch, 6:17 p.m., but the sky was already bruised purple and charcoal gray. The sun had dropped fast behind the peaks, and cold seeped through my shirt. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill that wasn't just from the air. Why had they said they were lost? Their confidence was too sharp, their knowledge too precise. One of them, a woman with a tight braid and eyes that caught every flicker of light, had mentioned the old ranger station like it was a joke. But I'd never heard of any such place along this trail. I'd studied the map obsessively before the hike. No station, no cabins, nothing except the rocky ridge and the trailhead miles back. The thought clamped down on me like a cold hand. They weren't lost. Not really. I stepped forward, trying to keep my voice steady. Are you sure you're okay? You've been on this trail a while. They turned as one, faces illuminated by the fading light. The man in front smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Lost? Maybe. Or maybe just looking for the right path. His voice was calm, deliberate. There was something rehearsed about it, like a line from a play. I nodded slowly, not trusting myself to speak further. Instead, I scanned their faces carefully. Each one looked normal enough, a little tired, a little wary, but that familiarity still nagged at me. Almost like I'd seen them somewhere before. But where? Have you been here before? I asked, trying to sound casual. The woman with the braid stepped closer. A few times, she said. We know the mountain better than anyone. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and I caught the faintest edge of amusement behind them. I swallowed hard. Then why say you're lost? Her smile faded. Sometimes, it helps to find what you're not looking for. I didn't reply. The air grew colder, a dampness settling around us like a wet blanket. The shadows deepened, swallowing the path behind them. Even the trees seemed to lean closer, branches creaking softly. I felt the weight of their gaze, watching me, waiting. Look, I said, pulling out my phone to check the signal. Nothing. No bars. The screen dimmed as the battery dipped below 20%. No service. If you really are lost, we should stick together till morning. They exchanged glances. The man nodded, almost reluctantly. Fair enough. His voice lost some of its edge, becoming quieter, more human. We moved slowly down the trail, the crunch of gravel underfoot loud in the stillness. I kept glancing back, counting heads, noting the way they mirrored my steps, matching my pace without effort. The forest swallowed us whole, the path winding tighter between twisted roots and moss-covered stones. I tried to focus on small details, the way the air smelled faintly of smoke, though no fire was visible, the way a distant creek burbled, its song constant but strangely hollow, the rough texture of bark scraped under my fingertips as I brushed past a tree. The scent of damp earth was strong, But there was something else. Something metallic, almost faintly bitter. My stomach tightened. I couldn't place it. We stopped near a fallen log, and the woman with the braid crouched, pulling a crumpled piece of paper from her jacket. She smoothed it out under the weak glow of my phone's flashlight. "Look familiar?" she asked. I leaned in. It was a map, but not like the kind I'd studied. This was hand-drawn, lines jagged and uneven, but the landmarks were precise. The trail we'd taken, an old mining shaft marked with a red X, and several notes scribbled in tight script: water source, steep drop, watch your step. I frowned. I didn't remember seeing those on my map. "Where did you get this?" I asked. She shrugged. "Found it. Left by someone who knew these woods well. We follow it when we need to disappear." Disappear? The word stuck in my throat. The man spoke again, voice low. "You're not just a hiker, are you?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" "You've been here before. Not just today. We know because we watch. You don't move without us knowing." My hands trembled slightly, and I clenched them into fists. "That's impossible." "Is it?" The woman smiled again, slow and cold. "You think you're alone out here. But someone always knows." I wanted to deny it, to say I was just imagining things. But the truth was gnawing at me, a raw, exposed nerve. They weren't here to hurt me with fists or threats. No, this was something else. A game of shadows and secrets. And I was the prey. I looked around, searching for any sign of other movement. The trees stood silent, their black branches scratching the sky. Somewhere, a bird called out a sharp, sudden cry that cut through the dark. The man leaned in, voice almost a whisper. "We've been following you for days. Watching your campsites, your breaks, your route. You think you're careful. But you're predictable. Predictable." The word echoed inside me like a slap. I thought I knew myself. The breaks I took. The detours. But someone else had tracked every step. I swallowed thickly, the dry taste of fear spreading across my tongue. "Why? What do you want?" The woman with the braid stood, dusting off her pants. "To remind you, you're not as alone as you think. This mountain holds more than just trees and rocks. It holds stories. And you're part of one now." Her eyes glinted in the fading light. There was no warmth there. Only calculation. I looked away, trying to steady my breathing. The forest was alive with noise now, the snap of a twig, the rustle of a small animal darting through leaves, the faint hum of insects waking for the night. But beneath it all, I could feel the weight of unseen eyes. The path ahead was dark. I didn't know what waited around the bend. But I knew one thing, I couldn't turn back. Not yet. Because they were still there. Watching. And they knew me better than I ever wanted them to. The forest pressed in close, thick with shadows and the cold scent of damp earth. I swallowed hard, eyes darting to the path that twisted ahead into the dark. There was no moon visible yet, just an ink-black sky swallowing the last light of day. The air had turned cooler, almost sharp enough to bite at my cheeks. My hands trembled despite my efforts to mask it. I wanted to move, to run, but my feet felt rooted. "They know you," Mara said again, voice low, almost a whisper. "Not just your name. Everything." I wanted to ask who they were, what they wanted, but the question stuck in my throat. Instead, I tried to focus on the sounds around me, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot, the distant call of a bird settling in for the night. I wasn't alone. I could feel that much. But this wasn't just a group lost on the mountain. No, they had mapped my steps, followed my every pause, my every detour. You don't understand, I finally said, voice hoarse. How? Why? Mara shrugged, a small, bitter smile tugging at her lips. Because we're the mountain. Her words were like a sudden gust of wind, cold and unsettling. We've watched this trail for years. We know everyone who passes through. You think you're exploring? No. You're being observed. Catalogued. I blinked, trying to make sense of it. Catalogued? Like hikers? Like tourists? She shook her head. Not tourists. Like prey. The word hung between us, chilling and cruel. I wanted to laugh it off, but the dry taste in my mouth told me not to. There was no humor here, only a slow, creeping dread. Behind her, the others shifted, their faces half hidden in the darkness. Their eyes gleamed faintly, too focused, too familiar. I caught a glimpse of a man with a thin scar running from his temple down to his jaw, a woman with a crooked smile that didn't reach her eyes. They exchanged glances, silent and knowing. The forest seemed to close tighter. The branches above whispered in a language I couldn't decipher, and the ground beneath my boots felt less solid, as if the earth itself was watching, waiting. I tried to steady my breath. If you know me, I said, voice steadier now, then you know I'm alone. No one else is coming. No one will find me here. Mara tilted her head, studying me. That's the point. She took a step closer, and I could smell the faint tang of pine and sweat on her skin. You're not alone. Not ever. I felt a flicker of panic, sharp and immediate. My mind raced. Could I turn back? No, too late. The path behind me had been swallowed by night, and the others blocked any easy retreat. The mountain, the strangers, they'd erased that option the moment I met them. Why? I asked again, but this time it was less about understanding and more about stalling. I needed time to think, to breathe, to find a crack in their story. Mara's eyes softened, just a fraction. Because you crossed a line. You poked where you shouldn't. This mountain doesn't forgive the curious. Her words sank in, and my chest tightened. I had always thought of these trails as refuge, a place to lose myself in solitude. Instead, I'd stumbled into something far darker, a network of watchers, silent and relentless. One of the strangers moved forward, a tall man with a calm voice that contrasted with the tension in the air. We don't mean harm, he said carefully. At least, not in ways you expect. This isn't about violence. I stared at him, trying to read the truth beneath his calm. Then what? He glanced around, as if weighing how much to reveal. It's about control. About knowing everything so nothing slips away. So no one escapes. Control. The word twisted inside me. Not physical restraint, but psychological. The idea of being tracked, studied, followed, every step anticipated, was suffocating. Suddenly, I realized the trail ahead was no longer a path to freedom but a corridor lined with eyes I couldn't see. The mountain wasn't just terrain, it was a trap. I glanced down at my pack, the familiar weight of my supplies suddenly meaningless. No amount of food or water could save me from this. Look, Mara said softly, you can't go back. Not now. But you can come with us. Learn what it means to be part of the mountain story. The offer was poison wrapped in velvet. I wanted to refuse, to run, but the truth was undeniable. I was caught. I swallowed again, dry and bitter, and forced myself to ask, what happens if I say no? Mara's smile returned, colder this time. Then the mountain will remind you. In its own way. A shiver traced down my spine. The night grew darker, the sounds of the forest amplified. Somewhere, a branch snapped sharply, close enough to make me jump. I realized then that this was no longer about walking a trail or enjoying the wilderness. It was about survival, mental, emotional, and something deeper I couldn't yet name. The strangers waited, patient and unyielding. The path behind me was swallowed by shadow. The mountain held its breath. I had crossed a point of no return. Every instinct screamed to turn back, but my feet moved forward, drawn by a force I didn't understand. The air thickened, heavy with secrets, as the forest seemed to close in around me, watching, waiting for what would come next. The night pressed in closer, thick as a wet blanket, suffocating and unyielding. I wanted to tell myself it was bluff. Just words to keep me tethered, to make me compliant. But the forest around us had changed. The usual night sounds, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of leaves were muted, as if the mountain itself was holding its breath. A distant owl hooted, sharp and sudden, but even that felt scripted, as if part of some grim rehearsal. I tried to focus on my breathing. Slow. Steady. But my lungs felt tight, constricted like I'd swallowed a fistful of gravel. My hands trembled, fingers twitching against the rough bark of a tree I'd leaned on without thinking. The air smelled damp, earthy, but beneath it something metallic, faint but unmistakable, like old blood or rusted iron. "Come on," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "What do you want from me?" No answer. Just the soft crunch of gravel underfoot as one of them shifted closer. I swallowed again, dry and bitter, and forced myself to look up. Mara stood a few steps away, her face half hidden in shadow. Her eyes gleamed sharp, cold, unsettlingly calm. "We want you to understand," she said. "To see why you're here, why this mountain chose you." That made no sense. Mountains don't choose people. They don't care. But the way she said it, like I was part of some plan I couldn't see, made my skin crawl. "You don't know anything about me," I said. "Why should I listen?" She smiled, slow and deliberate. "We know more than you think. About where you've been, what you've done. About every step you took to get here." I laughed, dry and hollow. "That's impossible. You couldn't or wouldn't." Her voice cut through the night like an item without an item. "You're not as careful as you believe. Your phone, your car, the places you stopped before this trail. We've watched. All of it." A cold sweat broke out across my back. I shoved my hands deep into my jacket pockets, fingers brushing against the crumpled map I'd pulled from my backpack earlier. The paper was damp, edges curling, and I suddenly wondered how many eyes had traced those same lines before me. "Why?" I asked, voice shaking. "Why track me? What do you want?" One of the others, a man with a voice like gravel, stepped forward. "Because you're a threat. Because you don't belong here." I blinked. "I don't belong? Isn't this public land? Anyone can hike here." He chuckled, dark and humorless. "Not like you. You're not just any hiker. You're someone who asks questions, who looks too hard. That's dangerous. Dangerous." The word settled in my chest like a stone. I tried to swallow it down, but it tasted bitter and sharp. I glanced around, the trees looming like silent sentinels. The path back was swallowed by shadow, tangled and uncertain. Ahead, the strangers waited, patient and unyielding. The mountain silence was absolute, the kind that presses on your eardrums until you hear nothing but your own heartbeat hammering in your skull. What happens now? I asked, my voice barely steady. Mara tilted her head, watching me with unreadable eyes. Now, you decide. You either walk with us, learn the rules, or you wander off alone. And the mountain will find you. It always does. I wanted to protest, to demand they let me go, but the words caught in my throat. The cold air bit at my skin, and the forest seemed to lean in, closer and closer, like a living thing waiting to swallow me whole. I took a step forward, then another. My legs were leaden, but I moved, drawn toward a twisted path that forked deeper into darkness. The others followed silently, their footsteps muffled in the thick carpet of pine needles. Every rustle made me flinch. Every shadow seemed to shift with intent. I tried to focus on the crunch of my boots, the cold bite of the wind on my cheeks, the faint scent of pine resin mixed with something sour like sweat or fear. We walked for what felt like hours, the mountain's steep sides pressing in from both sides, the trail narrowing until I could barely see beyond the pale circle of my flashlight. My throat was dry, and my mouth tasted like dust. I wanted to ask for water, but the words felt useless. Suddenly, a voice whispered in the darkness, so close I thought it came from my own mind. You can't hide. I spun around, heart hammering, but no one was there. Just the trees, motionless and indifferent. I blinked, trying to shake off the sensation. Maybe I was losing my mind. Maybe the mountain was winning. The group stopped. Mara's voice cut through the silence. Rest here. We gathered in a small clearing, surrounded by towering pines. The air was colder here, sharper. My breath came out in white puffs that vanished instantly. I sank to the ground, my back against a rough trunk. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the flashlight. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice cracking. Another figure stepped forward, a woman with eyes like storm clouds. Because you don't understand the mountain. You think it's just land, just dirt and trees. But it's more than that. It's history. Secrets. Control. I rubbed my temples, trying to make sense of it all. Control? Over what? Over who belongs. Who stays. Who leaves. Her gaze was steady, unflinching. You're here because you don't fit. Because you question too much. I swallowed, my throat raw. I'm just trying to hike. To get away from everything. Mara's smile was thin, almost sad. You can't escape the mountain. It's part of you now. The wind picked up, rattling the branches above us. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, sharp and urgent. It was a sound so ordinary it made my skin crawl. I looked at each of them in turn, searching for a crack in their calm, a hint of mercy or weakness. But their faces were masks, still unreadable. And then, the strangest thing happened. They began to talk about me, not in whispers, but in chilling detail. Remember when she stopped at the ranger station last week? Asked about the old logging routes? She took the wrong turn near the creek, didn't she? Twice. Her car was found parked 3 miles from the trailhead. She must have walked all night. It was like they had been watching every misstep, every hesitation, every silent moment I tried to hide. The feeling of being seen, completely and utterly, gnawed at me. I wanted to yell, to run. But my legs refused to obey. Mara leaned closer, voice low and steady. We know what you're capable of. And we know what you're afraid of. I swallowed hard. My heart was hammering so loud I was sure they could hear it. Why tell me this? I asked, voice barely a whisper. Because you need to understand the mountain's rules. The sun was sinking behind the jagged peaks when I finally reached the trailhead, the one I'd been circling for what felt like hours. My legs ached, and my breath came in ragged gasps, but I kept moving because standing still only made the silence louder. The strangers were nowhere to be seen, and that absence gnawed at me more than their presence ever had. I remember the moment I realized just how deep this had gone, how far they'd gotten inside my head. It wasn't the fact that they appeared out of nowhere or that they knew the trail better than any local. No, it was the way they knew me. The way they had known every step I'd taken, every hesitation, every glance over my shoulder. They weren't lost. Not really. I stood on the edge of the parking lot, the crushed gravel crunching under my boots, and stared at the empty road leading down the mountain. Somewhere behind me, the wind whispered through the pines like it was trying to tell me something. I wanted to shake off the cold that had settled in my chest, but it clung stubbornly, wrapping itself around my ribs and squeezing. I thought about the first time I saw them, how they smiled too easily, their eyes scanning my gear like they already knew I was alone. They had the kind of familiarity that wasn't earned, it was imposed. Like old photographs you never asked to see but recognize anyway. I'd laughed at the idea at first, that these strangers could know me, but it wasn't a joke anymore. Their voices echoed in my mind, soft and deliberate, weaving through the silence of the forest like smoke. "You're not the first to come this way," one had said, the hint of a smile tugging at his lips. "We've been waiting. Waiting. For me." I tightened the straps on my pack, the rough nylon cutting into my palms. The memory of their faces was sharp, too real, too close. The woman with the pale skin and eyes like ice, the man who kept glancing at his watch as if time itself was a threat, the quiet one who never looked away no matter what I said or did. They didn't threaten me with fists or words. Their power was something else entirely. They held a mirror up to me, reflecting every insecurity, every secret I'd buried deep. I tried to leave, to put distance between us, but the trail seemed to loop back on itself, the trees closing in like walls. I could feel them behind me, footsteps soft and steady, matching mine step for step. When I stopped, they stopped. When I moved faster, they quickened their pace. It was a game I couldn't win, not because they wanted to hurt me, but because they already had. I remember sitting on a fallen log, the bark rough against my skin, and realizing that the real threat wasn't physical. It was the way they unraveled me, piece by piece, exposing the parts of myself I tried hardest to hide. The shame, the fear, the loneliness that clung like moss to every crevice of my heart. I had to face them, not with anger or fear, but with something simpler, truth. That night, I circled back to the clearing where we'd first met. The moon was a pale sliver, casting long shadows through the trees. I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper, "I'm here." They emerged from the darkness, their faces calm, unreadable. No smiles this time. Just the quiet understanding that comes from shared pain. "Why?" I asked, the word trembling on my lips. "Why do you know me? Why are you following me?" The woman stepped forward, her eyes softening. "Because you needed to see yourself," she said. "Not the version you show the world, but the one you hide. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to remind you." Remind me of what? I wanted to shout, to demand answers. Instead, I swallowed the lump in my throat and listened. "We all carry things with us," the quiet man said, voice low but steady. "Regrets, fears, mistakes. We thought if we could make you face yours, you'd stop running." I thought of the nights I spent curled up in my small apartment, the walls closing in, the silence deafening. The moments I'd push people away because I was afraid they'd see the cracks beneath my carefully patched up facade. "Maybe," I said finally, "I've been running from myself." They nodded, as if that admission was both a beginning and an end. The air was thick with something I couldn't name, a mixture of relief and sorrow. The forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. I realized then that the strangers weren't monsters or ghosts. They were mirrors. They were the parts of me I refused to face, given form and voice. And in that moment, I felt something shift. The weight on my chest loosened, just a little. We didn't speak much after that. No grand revelations or dramatic confessions. Just quiet company in the dark. When I finally stood to leave, the path ahead looked different, familiar, but somehow clearer. They watched me go, their eyes no longer cold or empty, but full of something like hope. I walked down the trail, the gravel crunching beneath my feet, the night air cool against my skin. The mountain didn't feel quite so lonely anymore. Back at my car, the engine roared to life, a sound so ordinary it almost made me laugh. I looked at the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them there, but the seats were empty. Just the faint scent of pine and earth lingered. As I drove away, the weight of the past few days settled into something quieter, less sharp. I knew the strangers hadn't vanished, they were part of me now. Shadows in the corners of my mind, reminders that I couldn't outrun. And maybe that was enough. The road stretched ahead, winding and uncertain, but for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel lost. The mountain had taught me something harsh and true. Sometimes the darkest trails lead you back to yourself. The headlights cut through the night, and I kept driving, letting the silence fill the spaces where fear used to live. Story 6, Unseen Observer, Messages from Nowhere. There was a moment, just before sleep, when the silence settled so thick in my apartment that it almost felt tangible. I was lying on my back, staring at the ceiling that had a small, stubborn crack running down the plaster, the paint peeling slightly at the edges. I could smell the faint trace of last night's takeout, garlic and soy sauce hanging in the air, mixed with the faint dustiness of old books stacked too close to the radiator. The radiator itself was cold to the touch, a reminder that the heating wouldn't kick in for another hour or so. Outside, a dog barked somewhere far off, its voice muffled by the thick brick walls of the building. I closed my eyes, trying to let the quiet lull me to sleep. Then, my phone vibrated. At first, I thought it was a dream. My hand twitched, reaching for the phone on the bedside table, and I blinked against the soft glow from the screen. No missed calls, no notifications from apps I followed. Just a message, new and unread, from a number I didn't recognize. "You're lying down now." I frowned, sitting up slowly. The bed creaked beneath me. The room felt colder, or maybe I was just more aware of the chill. I reread the message, the words blinking in the dim light. "You're lying down now." I checked the timestamp. Sent less than a minute ago. But I hadn't heard the notification sound earlier, which was odd. My phone never missed a ping. I tapped the screen, then swiped to check if there were any other messages from the same number. Nothing. Just that one line, stark and unsettling. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it was a prank, some random number guessing my routine. I didn't recognize the area code. Still, the way it knew exactly what I was doing, how could that be a coincidence? I shook my head. Maybe I was just tired. I tossed the phone back onto the table and lay down again. The apartment was small, a cramped two-bedroom in a building that creaked with every gust of wind. I'd lived there for almost 2 years, and I thought I knew every sound it made. The pipes groaned in the early morning, the hallway lights flickered on and off with an annoying rhythm, and the neighbors sometimes left their music blaring late into the night. But no one ever came inside uninvited. At least, that's what I told myself. I got up the next morning feeling unusually restless. The sky outside was gray, the kind of dull light that made everything look washed out and a little sad. I brewed coffee, the bitter aroma filling the kitchen, and scrolled through the messages again. Nothing new. No follow-up texts, no strange calls. I glanced at the security app on my phone, the one connected to the small cameras I'd installed around the apartment's entrances. Front door, back door, the window facing the fire escape. I was proud of those cameras. They were my way of keeping some control, a small barrier between me and the unknown. And, as far as I could tell, no one had come in. That night, I tried to push the message out of my mind. I read a book, played some music softly, and even made a point to double-check all the locks. The apartment smelled like cinnamon from the candle I'd lit, and the air was thick with the scent of rain just beginning to fall outside. Then, just as I was about to turn off the light, the phone vibrated again. "You're brushing your teeth." My hand froze on the light switch. The toothbrush was still in my hand, dripping water onto the sink. I exhaled slowly, my breath misting in the cool bathroom air. How could this person know? I checked the cameras again. No one. Nothing. Just the usual static and the empty hallway. The locks were still secure. I whispered, "Who are you?" No reply. I wiped the condensation from the mirror and stared at my reflection. My eyes looked tired, the circles beneath them darker than usual. The room felt colder now, the tiles slick under my feet. I could hear the rain tapping against the window, steady and rhythmic, like a metronome counting down to something. The next morning, I called the building manager. I asked if anyone had been in my apartment without my knowledge. He laughed it off, told me that if anyone tried, the cameras would have caught them. "You're probably just imagining things," he said. I wanted to believe him. I really did. But that night, the messages kept coming. "You're sitting on the couch now. You just opened the fridge. You're looking at the clock." Each message was a small invasion, a quiet reminder that someone was watching, even though the camera said otherwise. I started checking every corner of the apartment, looking for hidden cameras, strange devices, anything out of place. Nothing. The furniture was exactly where I left it. The windows locked tight. I stopped telling my friends about it. They'd say I was overthinking, maybe stressed. Maybe I was. But the feeling of eyes on me didn't fade. It settled in my chest, a slow burning heat that made my skin itch and my hands tremble. One night, I decided to test it. I moved to the kitchen, closed my eyes, and stood still. The phone vibrated. "You're standing in the kitchen." I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee lingering on my tongue. The lights flickered once, briefly, then steadied. I wanted to scream, to throw the phone across the room, but I couldn't. I was glued to the spot, listening to the rain, the hum of the fridge, and the soft buzz in my pocket. I never saw a face. I never heard a voice. Just words. And the cameras never showed a visitor. Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. But I didn't know what yet. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a final message for the night. "Good night." The phone buzzed again, sharp against the quiet of the kitchen, right after the final good night had blinked off the screen. I stared at it, heart thudding like a dull drumbeat in my chest, my hand frozen midair as if waiting for a command that never came. Rain tapped insistently against the window, a soft, steady percussion that should have been comforting, but wasn't. Not tonight. I didn't move for a long time. The room smelled faintly of burnt toast, a smell I'd ignored all morning. The fridge hummed, steady and mundane, but the air held a strange, brittle tension, like the moment just before a storm breaks loose. The phone lay on the counter, screen dark again, as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. Sleep was impossible. I still can't explain it. My mind buzzed with questions and half-formed fears. Who was inside? How? Why no footage? I had to know more. By dawn, I was a mess of shadows and exhaustion. The sun filtered weakly through the blinds, casting stripes across the floor. I barely remembered crawling into bed, my eyes burning, the phone's vibrations echoing in my ears. I woke hours later to the harsh light of my ceiling lamp and the screech of tires outside. I felt restless, unsafe. The idea of staying put was unbearable. I needed proof. I pulled on jeans and an old sweatshirt, the fabric rough but familiar against my skin. The apartment looked normal, but I knew better. I kept glancing toward the camera monitors on my laptop. The grainy black and white images blinked back empty hallways, a locked door, nothing moving but the occasional flicker of a shadow too fast to catch. I brewed coffee, the bitter scent filling the cramped space. It was my only anchor, the one thing that grounded me in the chaos. My hand shook as I sipped, tasting the sharp bite of caffeine and something else, fear, maybe, or exhaustion. I set the mug down with a clink, eyes fixed on the screens. I decided to check the cameras myself, frame by frame, from last night. The apartment security system wasn't fancy. A few cheap cameras, motion activated, feeding a live stream to my laptop. I clicked through the timeline, pausing, rewinding, searching for any hint of movement. Nothing. Not a shadow slipping past the doorway. Not a flicker of a face. Not even the faintest disturbance. I rubbed my eyes. Maybe I was missing something. I opened the app's advanced settings, toggling infrared and motion sensitivity. Still nothing. The camera showed the truth, or at least, the truth as they saw it. But the messages said otherwise. Sitting back, I chewed my lip. The messages knew too much. Details no one outside should have. How? I pulled out my phone again. The last message was still there, silent. Good night. I typed a quick note to my best friend, Sarah, though my fingers hesitated. I wasn't sure what to say yet. Hey, can you come by? Need to talk. It's important. I hit send before I could rethink it. Sarah was the one person who wouldn't dismiss me outright. She'd listen, even if she thought I was crazy. Or maybe because she did think that. She always had a way of grounding me when my head spun too fast. The hours dragged. I paced. Watched the cameras. Checked the locks again. Everywhere looked secured, sealed shut. I even tested the windows, sturdy, no give. The front door lock clicked satisfyingly under my thumb every time. Still, the phone buzzed again that night, exactly at 11:17. I had the clock app open, watching the seconds tick down. The message appeared, and my breath hitched. You're in the living room. I was. Standing by the window, staring out at the wet street, headlights cutting through the darkness. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, and somewhere distant, a dog barked. My hands trembled. I wanted to throw the phone, smash it against the wall, but I didn't. I had to keep it. It was the only link to whatever this was. I pulled the blinds aside slowly and looked down. The street was empty, save for a couple passing with umbrellas. No one stopped. No one lingered. I glanced back at the camera feed. The living room was empty. The couch sat untouched, the coffee table bare. Like a stage set frozen in place. Whoever you are, I whispered, voice barely audible over the rain's soft patter, show yourself. Nothing. The phone buzzed again. I'm closer than you think. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Closer? This wasn't just some prank. It was personal. My mind raced through possibilities. A stalker? A disgruntled ex? Someone with access to my apartment but clever enough to evade the cameras? The thought made my skin crawl. I pictured someone slipping through the narrow spaces behind the walls, or hiding in the maintenance shafts. I felt a sudden, sharp itch on my neck, like fingers grazing my skin. I ran a hand through my hair, the strands sticking damply to my scalp. The room smelled faintly of damp concrete and old wood, the kind of smell that settles deep into your lungs. I realized I hadn't checked the apartment's ventilation system. Not properly. Maybe the intruder was using that. I moved toward the vent near the ceiling, running my fingers along the metal grill. It was dusty, neglected. I crouched down, peering into the dark hollow. No sound. No movement. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, flicked it on. The beam caught the rough plaster of the ceiling and the edges of the vent. I pushed gently with a finger. The grill resisted, but the screws weren't tight. With effort, I loosened one and carefully removed it. The hollow was just a narrow shaft, lined with metal, and impossibly dark. I couldn't see far inside, but the air smelled stale, like forgotten corners of old buildings. I pulled back, heart pounding. Could someone fit in there? Crawl through? I didn't want to imagine it, but the thought was enough to make me swallow hard. I reattached the grill, hands shaky. Then, the phone buzzed again. "You're looking at the vent." I dropped the phone onto the counter. The kitchen light flickered, briefly dimming, then steadied. The city outside was quiet now, except for the occasional distant siren and the whisper of wind in the trees. I sank onto the edge of the table, breathing fast. My mind was a jumble of fear and frustration. I wanted answers. I needed proof. A message popped up again, "Don't trust the cameras." I closed the laptop with a snap, the sudden noise echoing in the small room. If the cameras were unreliable, what else was I missing? How deep did this go? I thought about Sarah again. She'd be here if I asked. Maybe it was time. The phone buzzed once more, softer this time, almost hesitant. "Why don't you try talking to me?" I stared at the screen, the words glowing faintly. Talking. Like this was a conversation. I swallowed the lump in my throat. My fingers hovered above the keyboard. "Who are you?" I typed, voice barely a whisper. The reply came instantly. "Someone who's been here a long time. Watching. Waiting." I froze. The apartment felt colder, the shadows deeper. The feeling of eyes on me was no longer just a suspicion, it was real. A knock at the door startled me, sharp and sudden. I jumped, nearly dropping the phone. The knock came again, slow, deliberate. I crossed the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay cautiously, every nerve on edge. Peering through the peephole, I saw Sarah's face, pale and serious in the dim hallway light. "Hey," she said softly, voice low. "I got your message." What's going on? Relief washed over me. I opened the door a crack. "We need to figure this out," I said, voice trembling. "Because something's inside. Or maybe it never left." Sarah looked past me into the apartment, eyes narrowing with suspicion. "Let's start with the cameras," she said. "And maybe call the landlord." I nodded, suddenly glad for the company, but dread crept in at the thought of how deep this might go. Whoever was behind the messages wasn't done yet. The storm. The message lingered on the screen, blinking faintly in the dim light. "Why don't you try talking to me?" My fingers hovered over the phone like I was afraid to touch it. The silence in the apartment felt thick, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. I glanced toward the vent again, the cold metal grill I'd fixed just minutes ago. It seemed so mundane, so harmless. But that message, "You're looking at the vent," had shoved the fear into my chest like a fist. I swallowed hard and spoke aloud, voice low. "Who are you?" The words felt ridiculous, like I was playing a game with a ghost. There was no reply. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator and a distant car engine rumbling through the street outside. I sat back down at the kitchen table, the wood grain rough under my palms. My head was spinning. If the cameras didn't show anyone entering, then whoever this was, this someone had to be inside. But how? I thought about the vent again. The damn vent. Could someone really fit in there? Could they crawl through the tight ductwork without me hearing a single sound? The thought made my skin crawl. I forced myself to stand and walk to the living room. Against my better judgment, I pulled up the laptop and booted up the security footage. The grainy images flickered to life. The front door, the hallway, the stairwell. Nothing unusual. Not a shadow, not a figure passing through. But then, the camera closest to the kitchen caught a glimpse of something. I rewound, frame by frame. A slight shimmer near the vent. Like a shadow peeled away from the wall for a heartbeat. I leaned in closer. My breath caught. The timestamp was wrong. It showed a time 5 minutes before I'd gotten home that afternoon. But the vent grill had been perfectly flush, no sign it had been tampered with. Impossible. I muttered. No one could have been. The phone buzzed again. You don't believe me yet. My heart hammered. I wanted to smash the device, throw it against the wall, but I didn't. Instead, I sat down, fingers trembling, and typed back, "Who are you? What do you want?" No reply. My phone vibrated once more, this time with a photo. I stared at it, breath shallow. It was a picture of my bedroom, taken from inside the closet. The door was slightly ajar, the messy heap of clothes on the floor visible in the corner. I hadn't heard a thing. I stood up too fast and bumped into the table. The wood scraped against my shin. The room suddenly felt too small, suffocating. I needed fresh air. I grabbed my coat and stepped outside. The night was colder than I expected, the sharp scent of rain hanging in the air along with the faint smell of exhaust and wet concrete. A car honked somewhere far off. I breathed deeply, trying to shake off the claustrophobia clawing at my chest. "Sarah," I whispered to the empty street. "I need you." The next day blurred into a haze of restless pacing and half-hearted attempts at work. Every time my phone vibrated, my skin tightened with dread. The messages were now less cryptic, almost conversational. "You're not safe here," one read. Another, "I see you when you think you're alone." I showed the messages to Sarah when she finally came over in the evening. Her eyes were sharp, scanning the texts and then meeting mine. "Have you considered that this might be someone you know?" she asked, voice low. I shook my head. No one has this kind of access. I checked the locks, the windows. Nothing's been forced. She frowned. "But the vent? Did you think about calling someone to check it? An expert?" I wanted to say yes, but the thought of someone else poking around felt invasive. Like inviting the problem in. Still, Sarah was right. I needed answers. We walked to the hardware store the next morning and bought a mini inspection camera, the kind plumbers use. Later, while Sarah held the flashlight, I pushed the tiny lens into the vent. The screen showed a narrow, dusty tunnel stretching back toward the wall behind the kitchen cabinets. A muffled noise made us both freeze. It was faint, like a whisper or a breath. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered. I nodded, my voice barely a breath. It's something. We waited, tense, until the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones faded. Then I maneuvered the camera farther in, twisting the controls slowly. The screen showed nothing but dust and the occasional spider web until there. A smear of dirty fingerprints on the metal wall. Fresh. My pulse spiked. Someone had been inside the vent recently. That night, I set up a small, inexpensive motion sensor near the vent entrance. Sarah helped me tape it just out of sight. We waited in the living room, the air thick with anticipation. The clock ticked past midnight. The sensor beeped softly. I jumped up, heart thrumming, and rushed to check. The device showed no readings beyond the vent. No movement outside it. Then the phone buzzed again. "You can't hide from me." Sarah looked at me, eyes wide. "This is beyond creepy. You have to call the police." "I'm afraid," I admitted, voice cracking. "If I tell them, what if this person disappears? Or worse, what if they're already inside?" She reached out, gripping my hand. "We'll figure this out. Together." But as I looked back toward the vent, a cold certainty settled in my bones. Whatever was happening, I had crossed a line. There was no going back to ignorance or safety. And I was running out of time. The clock's faint tick filled the room, louder than it had all day. Sarah's hand in mine was steady but cold, like she was bracing for something neither of us wanted to face. The motion sensor sat buried in the shadows near the vent, blinking quietly, waiting. I could taste the stale air, a mix of old carpet and something sour, maybe sweat, maybe fear. I swallowed hard. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the sensor beeped again. Quiet, almost shy. I nearly dropped the device, my hands trembling. The screen showed nothing beyond the vent's threshold. I stared at it, unwilling to blink. What the hell was going on? Then my phone buzzed. "You can't hide from me." The message flashed on the screen, stark and cold. My throat tightened. I glanced at Sarah. Her eyes were wide, brimming with a mix of fear and disbelief. "This is beyond creepy. You have to call the police," she said, voice low, sharp. I shook my head, my voice catching. "If I tell them, what if this person disappears? Or worse, what if they're already inside?" She squeezed my hand. "We'll figure this out. Together." I wanted to believe her. I really did. But as I looked back toward the vent, a cold certainty settled like ice in my spine. I had crossed a line. There was no going back. The night stretched on, the silence growing heavier with every minute. I couldn't sit still. I paced the living room, each footstep loud against the hardwood, a poor attempt to drown out the pounding in my ears. The TV was off. I didn't want noise, just something to keep me tethered to reality. But every shadow seemed to stretch and twist, mocking me. I checked the security footage again. Same as always. No one entered. No one left. Nothing but grainy empty corridors and the dim glow of streetlights. Yet the messages kept coming, each one more intimate, more invasive. "You left your coffee cup on the counter. You're wearing the blue shirt again. I see the bruise on your wrist." Each detail was an item, slicing through my sense of safety. Who else knew? How else could they know? I stared at the screen, willing the camera to show the intruder, the ghost, the whatever that was tormenting me. Nothing. I told Sarah I needed to check the vent again. She hesitated, her grip tightening, but nodded. Together, we moved toward the narrow metal opening in the wall, the cold steel rough and unforgiving under my fingertips. The faint smell of dust and something metallic drifted out, a scent I couldn't place but didn't want to ignore. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. Sarah paused, listening. A soft scrape, almost like fingernails dragging across metal. My breath hitched. No, wait, there it is again. We both froze, straining to catch the sound. It stopped. Nothing but silence. Then a faint click, like a latch snapping shut. The vent was sealed tight. Back inside, I locked every door and window, even the ones that were supposed to be secure. I double-checked the locks, the deadbolts, the chains. The apartment felt less like a refuge and more like a cage. My phone vibrated again. "Look behind you." I whipped around, heart thudding so hard it nearly knocked me over. Nothing. Just the empty room, bathed in the sickly light of the street lamp outside. I could hear a dog barking somewhere distant, a car passing on the street, the usual sounds of a city that never truly slept. But none of it mattered. None of it made the message less real. Sarah reached out, steadying me. "Maybe it's a prank. Someone messing with you." I swallowed the bitter lump in my throat. A prank? Who would go this far? And why? She looked away, biting her lip. "I don't know. But we can't just sit here waiting." I nodded, though every instinct screamed to run. To hide. To pretend none of this was happening. But the fingerprints on the vent, fresh and smudged, told a different story. Someone had been inside. Someone was still here. Hours passed. The night deepened. I felt the weight of every minute pressing down, suffocating. The phone buzzed again. "Open the vent." My hand shook as I stared at the screen. Sarah's eyes met mine, full of silent questions. I wanted to say no. I wanted to say it was a trap. But the truth was, I didn't know what else to do. I grabbed a screwdriver from the kitchen drawer, the cold metal heavy in my palm. Sarah's eyes widened. "Are you sure?" "I have to know." Together, we knelt by the vent. I worked the screws loose, the sound scraping loud in the quiet room. When the panel finally came free, a rush of stale, cold air spilled out. Darkness. Black and endless. I shone my phone's flashlight inside, the beam cutting through the void. The vent stretched back, narrow and unwelcoming. I couldn't see much past the first bend. Sarah swallowed hard. "I don't think you should go in there." "I won't." But then the phone buzzed again. "Don't be afraid." A twisted smile flickered across my face, bitter and raw. I wanted to scream at whoever was behind this, to tell them they had one. But the words caught in my throat. The vent yawned, silent and waiting. I glanced at Sarah. "I have to try." Her hand found mine again, trembling now. "Just promise me you'll come back." I nodded, though the words felt hollow. One step in front of the other. The cold metal walls pressed close, the air thick with dust and something older, forgotten. My flashlight flickered, and I cursed under my breath, the beam wavering like a heartbeat. Halfway down, I stopped. The phone buzzed again. Closer. A noise from ahead. Soft. Almost a whisper. I held my breath. Then, the flashlight caught movement. A shadow. No face. No shape. Just a blur, slipping away. I lunged forward, but it vanished into darkness. I scrambled back, heart racing, lungs burning. The vent panel behind me scraped shut. Click. Locked. I pounded my fists against the metal, the cold biting through my sleeves. Sarah's voice echoed from the other side. Open it. Please. My phone buzzed for the last time that night. Now you're mine. Silence. Complete silence. I was trapped. And the darkness was waiting. The cold metal pressed against my back, unforgiving and merciless. I swallowed hard. My hands were slick with sweat, though the air down here tasted stale and dry, like forgotten basements and old rust. My flashlight flickered again, its beam dancing nervously over the rivets and seams, barely pushing back the darkness. A dry scrape from somewhere deep inside the vent made me freeze. I wanted to call out, to say something, anything, but my throat had dried into sandpaper. Outside, the hum of the building felt distant, unreal. The mechanical heartbeat of the ventilation system was the only real thing. Then my phone buzzed. I barely dared to look. Now you're mine. The screen was black except for those words. No sender. No timestamp. Just that sentence, like a final seal. I pressed the power button, but the screen stayed dead. The phone had gone into some kind of shutdown mode, or maybe it was broken. I didn't care. The message sank into me, cold and deliberate. I sank to my knees, leaning back against the cold metal. My breath came out in harsh, uneven gasps. The air tasted metallic, and I could almost hear the faint rustle of fabric, someone moving beyond my hearing. Was it just the building settling? Or something else? I closed my eyes for a moment and tried to steady my breathing. I had to think. Time slipped away. Minutes, maybe longer. The vent was a coffin. Then, through the thin panel, I heard it, soft, scraping sounds, like fingernails tracing steel. My skin prickled. I wanted to recoil, but I was trapped. Sarah, I whispered, voice cracking. I'm here. I'm trapped. There was no answer. The silence stretched, oppressive and thick. I pressed my ear against the panel. The faintest sound came through, almost like a whisper of breath, but I couldn't be sure. Then, a sudden creak. The panel shifted. A sliver of light spilled in from the corridor. I blinked, disoriented. The lock clicked again and the vent swung open, revealing Sarah's face, pale, wide-eyed, her hair a tangle. Relief hit me like a wave, knocking the breath from my lungs. Come on, she said urgently, grabbing my arm. We don't have much time. The air outside was cooler, fresher, but the corridor was empty, too empty. No footsteps, no distant voices. Just the faint hum of the building's electronics and the stale scent of dust. We moved quickly, Sarah leading the way with that strange mix of determination and fear. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. But the hallways were deserted, the cameras above the doors cold and lifeless. Who was it? I asked, voice low. Sarah shook her head. I don't know. But it's been watching us. It knows everything. The words echoed what I'd been thinking for weeks, nights spent staring at my phone as those messages arrived, secrets only someone inside could know. But no one ever appeared on the cameras. How? I breathed. If no one enters. Then how? She didn't answer. We reached the stairwell, the emergency exit sign flickering overhead. I could smell the faint tang of bleach and old sweat. The steps were cold and rough beneath my feet as we descended, the sound of our breathing bouncing off the concrete walls. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten, the first hints of dawn chasing away the night shadows. The city was waking up, indifferent to what had happened in this forgotten corner. We stepped out into the cool morning air. The sudden brightness was almost blinding after the damp darkness of events. I took a deep breath, the sharp scent of rain and exhaust filling my lungs. For a moment, everything felt normal. Safe. But I knew it wasn't. Later, at the police station, the questions fell flat. Cameras showed no one entering or leaving my apartment. No signs of forced entry. And the phone? It was dead, completely unresponsive. They treated it like a prank, a mental health issue, or something else they couldn't explain. I didn't blame them. Back home, I sat alone in the soft morning light filtering through the curtains. The apartment felt different now, too quiet, too empty. The walls seemed to breathe, the faint hum of unseen things pressing in. My hands trembled as I scrolled through the last messages, the ones that never arrived but still burned in my mind. I wasn't the same person who'd gone down into that vent. Something had shifted. The fear was still there, but now it was laced with a brittle kind of resolve. I had survived, but I couldn't forget. Sarah called a few days later. Her voice was steadier, but the exhaustion was clear beneath the words. "I'm sorry. I should have told you more. I was scared. I told her it was okay, that we both had to keep going, keep living. But the truth was, I wasn't sure how to live with the unknown watching me every night, sending messages that no one else could see. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the faint scrape of nails on metal, a shadow slipping just beyond the edge of sight. The cameras never show anything. The messages never come anymore. But I know they're still there. And maybe, in some way, that's worse. Because when silence falls, the waiting feels heavier than any noise could ever be.